Alrighty. We are ready. At least somewhat ready.
He's lying. Don't believe him.
Yeah. I know it. There it is. All right. So I've done a bunch of research. Just because it takes forever. Like, yeah, I think it was which research was it? I think it was the magma bore research. Was like 1,500 things to research. Yeah, that one took a while, but I just sort of powered through it. In order to unlock, I needed to get to the magma bore. So I needed to do like all of the cryo research, and then I needed to do like some other research, and then I needed to do the magma bore research, and then I was able to actually research what I wanted to research, which was the top, best, mostest tier. There's the build gun V3. If anybody wants that. So yeah, I didn't unlock everything in here just because, you know, it wasn't needed. That's kind of something I like to do on camera, but we should have somewhere in there. It is Trencher Drill 3 Mark 3. This thing is the bestest, 100% vein utilization, good times. So we've got some one-click craft, and then I've got all of my nuclear reactor stuff in here. So I've researched the nuclear reactor. I just didn't unlock anything yet because we had some prep work to do, and I like to get that prep work done. And then my conduit here. I'm opting for the other mod for conduit. I kind of slapped these in last minute on my reactor mod. Didn't debug them, and there's definitely bugs with them. Yeah, they're derpy, and yeah, I sort of rushed them in, and they don't really work all that well. So, you know, just use the tier 5 conduit mod. We haven't had any problems with it at all. So, but yeah, we've got a bunch of this stuff going on in here. But let's see. I think we're done with the research for now. We have a ton of stuff to do before we ever need to do any more research. That 8 lights in the dark, especially, like that is after that's after you build the magma bore. That's after you charge the magma bore. Like, yeah, it's way after all of that. What was that? What was that snarky comment? Are they buggy? Yeah, they're buggy bugs. Well, it's a bug that's like, I didn't really do a lot of custom code for those. I just added more tiers to the code that's there, and there was a bug. They when you load a world that you had saved, they don't like sync with themselves very well, because basically when you build it, it takes that very center block, right? Like I said before in several streams past, this game is all about that center block. Everything is derived from this very center block, right? All of the things are derived from that. And so when you build a conduit, it takes that center block, and it basically does a walk blocks all the way forward from that center block in the way that it's facing. And when it finds either a battery or another conduit, that dictates where it connects, right? That's how it connects. And does that really fast. When you build, let's say you build a conduit here, then you build the conduit here, as soon as it rotates and locks onto the battery, there's just a heartbeat that goes by, and then you get the connected to conduit. That's walking that that, you know, up to 128 blocks away to grab it. But what I've found with my with my conduit is it will skip over like things and connect to a conduit on the other side of another battery, right? And it's just really derpy, and it's unfortunate, but haven't had that problem with the other mods conduit. So fingers crossed that it's good to go. Now, did I actually unlock? I did. So we've gone ahead and built the toxic cave filter system, and we built the magma cave filter system. So we're getting the chlorine from the toxic caves and the sulfur from the magma caves. And then resin, I flicked on the hive thing over here. And this just did a stellar job. We're almost, I had to stop it because these were filling up. But yeah, we've got several thousand more refined resin over here. So that's good. That's good stuff. I rebuilt the laser because when you get those filtration systems up and running, they're great. But if the CPH goes down, the filter system stops completely. So I rebuilt the laser up there just to lose less. We don't really lose with that one laser up, and now that they're only coming from that direction, this is a perfect spot for that laser. Anything that makes it close enough will get taken out by the laser, and so it doesn't fire nearly as often as it was firing, like, from if they were coming from this corner. So happy with that. Now we want to go down and upgrade the trenchers on the tier 5 ores. And if you want us, you can work on building 4 more blast furnaces.
All right.
I've already started the spot for them down in the cold caves, but we're gonna be moving the casting basin on each one of those now that we have all of the resources. Okay, so I want to go down to tier 5 ores. All the system for teleporting, the network teleport mod is just phenomenal. We're moving around. Okay, so these are the Mark IIs. I researched and upgraded them right away just because they're, I don't know, 50% efficient. And we are down to 16 million on this. And you might think to yourself, oh, 16 million. I mean, that's pretty darn good. You also have to remember that the blast furnaces are a 4-to-1 ratio. And this is, this is on rapid, or not rapid. This is on plentiful. I mean, if you were on, God forbid, Greg mode, right, it would be much worse. Greg mode would be, 512 ore per bar. It would be utterly insane. And yeah, the higher level trencher drills are essential. Yeah, there's not even consistency in these blocks. Because if you remember, the tier 1 blocks were like the weird, like, empty, like, banded thing. And now we're on to, like, these things. For some reason, there's not even consistent, like, filler blocks. There we go. And as long as you don't clear the motor, it'll keep the storage that it has, right? Because there was 1360 moly in there. Just don't break the motor, and you should be good to go. And now that we have the top tier of these, I can actually build the other set, right? because this is designed to accommodate 2 different drills on each resource. So let's do a craft 3 there. Bingo. Now, do I have enough stuff for trencher, drill motor?
Crafting.
3 of those. I'm just looking at what we have. Oh, I should have plenty. So I need
Crafting.
3 there, 3 or 6 there, 6 there, and 6 there. Okay, so now we are going to put the trencher motor down there. Okay. Be careful.
Structure complete. Structure complete.
Okay. And then I need some hoppers. Do I what kind of hoppers do I have? I have a 5,000. I mean, that's good enough. Can I make any more of these? I can.
Crafting.
So, I mean, in the end, you just need like one of these, right?
Structure complete. Structure complete.
There's chromium. I'm setting the recipes here more than anything. But there, and there. So that's, I mean, that's 10,000 ore. You can see this thing as it digs. But well, we're gonna need some more power for this one, which will be fine. I want to get this other drill going here. Where is my? There it is.
Structure complete. Structure complete.
And then it rotates. That's good. Put a 5,000 there.
Got a question in chat. I think that's more for the dev of the game, but
Why do slimes only zero in on one trap? Because, yeah, there's the developer did not see fit to make them zero in on any more than that.
a lot of aspects of the game are kind of like that. I don't know, they seem half done or shortcutted.
Yeah, mainly, you know, in developer's mind, you got to understand his mindset, right? In his mind, he has an X number of hours to provide development for whatever project that he's on. So just like me as a YouTuber, changing things up because my videos are only getting, 20 or 100 views, he's got to figure out what his time cost is. Now, if he could sit and invest, 200-300 hours into fixing bugs, then, that would be great. But that may not sell him any more copies of the game. So a lot of indie developers look at, how much money am I going to make from, doing new features versus how much money am I going to make to fix bugs. And the difference between the two is why you get something like 7 Days to Die that never gets out of alpha, because when they release a new alpha, they get a whole bunch of sales. When they release patches to alphas, 18.1, 18.2, they don't sell really any copies. So the bug fix releases don't really do anything for them, whereas the feature releases do a ton for them. So, it's just the economics of it. It's unfortunate that it works like that, but okay, and then I want, actually, we're going to take this. Okay, that was not the I was hoping that was the square. No, that was not the square. Darn it. I'm going to go above. Okay. Then that. Bingo. Yeah. Good to go there. So now that will wait. I thought for sure I put chromium in here. I thought 100% sure that I put chromium in here. Just like 2 minutes ago. Huh. 3204, so that's weird. Didn't I put chromium in here? How is that empty? Did the lift come down and grab some? That was weird.
I'll rewind and check it out.
Could have sworn when I built that, and I built these hoppers that I put, because I picked up 6,000 chrome from over here, and I distributed it. That is really confounding. I didn't hear a thing.
I see on the stream one of the chests was full.
Yeah, the chest over here was full, but remember, there were 3 2,000 slot hoppers here. So I picked up 6,000 ore. Then when I placed those, this is only 5,000. So I had extra ore on me, and I don't have it in my inventory. Lest I don't see it. But the fact that I came over here and that was empty That's weird. I can't explain it. I can't explain it.
He's crazy, everybody.
Yeah, I just
Run for your lives.
it was bizarre. But now that we have 100% utilization, now these big deposits here will last for all time, for all the time. So what we're gonna do? Oh man, fell down the hole. Oh, it's not.
Unlucky Clover says that you did, and that it must have been the lift.
Yeah, that must have been the quietest lift ever. Usually you can hear those from a mile away.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, the chest is set to chromium ore, so you had to have put some in there.
yeah. Okay. Well, it must have been the lift then. But usually, yeah, usually I can hear those a mile away. So, yeah, and interesting. All right, let's go to the cold caves and get the final spot. Where are they? We're here. So now we need to move. I'm gonna disconnect the pipe, casting pipe. Okay, because these are going to be full. You can see the storing. It's like 11,000%. So we're going to grab that. Grab that. Grab that. So now it's not storing anything. Okay. Because this whole thing is going to move. Now we need to figure out where we're going to move it. So I think we're going to move it over here. Because right here is just an awful spot for it. So we're going to move it. Because now that's going to have double the amount of goodies on there. Yeah.
I'm far enough away, I'm not getting into the pieces.
Go. Okay. Well, I'm thinking moving it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe because these ones here are gonna have to come out and over. You want to create, if you want to craft some
Pipes?
casting pipes.
That was weird.
What?
You somehow disconnected from Discord for a second.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so casting basin 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do we have the heat conducting pipe automated at all?
Do we have the? I think we do. Well, maybe it's semi-automated. I think you have to manually feed something. Yeah, there is a machine up there because I've got 186 heat conducting pipe. So if you want it, I'll just drop my heat conducting pipe down and you can.
Okay. There you are.
Because yeah, I know the system is up there, but I just can't remember where I put it. Okay. There we go. Hopefully. That's good enough. Fingers crossed.
Got a comment from Jay. I think he's referring to when you were talking about the AI of slimes.
Ah, yes. It wouldn't pay me to work many hours on something, though. Yeah. That's usually the formula people use to figure out whether to do something. Is this going to make me some money? And if the answer is no, people usually don't do it. So it's kind of a straightforward equation. So the caveat to that is there is an expectation when people buy your game that you will eventually fix the damn bugs, right? Eventually, the bill comes due. People are going to be tired of the bugs, and you're going to have to put in the work to fix the bugs. There is a expectation for that, especially with modern early access and stuff like that. Like, there is an expectation that the bugs will be fixed. If they're not, right, that's when you get a little blowback. And, a little bit of more angry sort of like, hey, are you going to fix these bugs sort of mentality.
And that's in response to this game, not what Jay was saying. Because it's a conversation from earlier.
Yeah.
I may not have needed to specify, but just
like I've been waiting for the 7 Days to Die team to fix their damn bugs for like 7 years.
Ugh,
like it's like there are some bugs in that game that are really old, and they're not fixing them. They're introducing new ones, fresh new bugs with every alpha. What do you do?
Casting pipe.
You can do the. I mean, it's.
Oh, okay.
I created the trails for you. I need to go over and do the other ore, whatever that ore over there is. I don't even know. No, this one over here is
Oh, this is
Yep. So yeah, and this one over here we're gonna do, and we're gonna have it flipped on the other side because that, dear friends, is a sweet. That's going to be a glorious lift. It's going to be a glorious lift. This goes all the way down to uranium. Yes, we are going to build some uranium. So this casting basin I'm going to put on the other side here. So we have plenty of room for nuclear power stuff and things. We want lots of stuff and things for nuclear power. Okay, so this is actually still building, amazingly. We're gonna cut this off though.
I knew I missed one.
Okay. And then we're gonna scoop up all of that. Kind of nice not having all of the crazy cryoplasm stuff going on, especially those dazzlers. Oh god, those things are loud.
Yeah. For some reason, thought you had set those up, so
yeah, they're gonna be over here.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is gonna come out in there.
And yeah, Jay, it's real unfortunate about 7 days and Fun Pimp's not really fixing it, because the game has a lot of neat features to it that you just don't see in other ones, but they just don't seem to wanna finish it.
Yeah, the biggest for me, the biggest unfortunate thing is how unplayable the late game is in multiplayer.
Yeah.
The fact that when you have a lot of players late game shooting guns, the game just dies. I mean, the frame rate, everything about the game just dies, because it can't handle, all these people shooting guns. And yeah, it's one of those it's one of those unfortunate things, because yeah, the game has a ton to offer, but the bugs just, I mean, look at some of the other zombie games we've played. Look at the World War Z zombie game.
Yeah.
It wasn't a voxel game, but it's done in a way that for somehow there are hundreds of zombies on the screen at once. Hundreds and hundreds. So how did they solve that problem? And the Fun Pimps can't even get 20 on the same screen and Blood Moon without crippling their frame rate, right?
Yeah.
So for me, it's just like there are problems with this game that can be fixed.
They just gotta wanna fix them.
They have to invest the time. The fact that they're not is just like they're more interested in getting the next release done and making some bank than they are about fixing their game. And I think there has to come a time, in every young developer's life where they have to fix the game. You have to fix the game. It's not too much to ask a developer to fix their damn game. So it's just unfortunate that some games are just not gonna get there. I mean, I remember when the Fun Pimps were saying that Alpha 18 is going to be the last alpha, and we're going to go into bug fixing mode. now we're on the cusp of Alpha 21. It's like, okay.
And that wasn't even their early goal estimates.
Yeah, the original Kickstarter. If you go to the Kickstarter and you search for 7 Days to Die, you will find the original Kickstarter page, which tells you how old the project is. But on the Kickstarter page, they have their planned final release, of the game, 2013. 2013 planned release. They're a little off from that.
Only a few days though.
So yeah, 7 days. All right, do you have any more pipe? There's more pipe that needs to be done over here.
Oh, sure. Sorry.
So yeah, for me, I just kind of got tired of the constant attempt at hype for that game. I just was like, no, I'm not. They would put out these new teasers for the new alpha, and it was like new tree model. I remember there were at least 3 alphas where they were touting the new tree models.
Yeah.
I think one of the last posts on Twitter that I replied to, and I've gotten really salty with the developers. But they posted a little snippet of an animation of a character running, and it was showing the clothing on the character acting like what people are used to seeing clothing act like on modern games, right? There's a subtle clothing, a really subtle clothing physics simulation. It wasn't hyper realistic, but it was, clothing.
At least
Like,
the next evolution.
I mean, yeah, it was clothing in terms of what we've come to see from other games in the last 10 years. Like, basically, like flapping in the wind or whatever. And so they posted this coming in Alpha 21, new clothing simulation. And I responded to the tweet and I said, "Congratulations. It took you 13 years to get clothing to act like clothing." So yeah, I'm a little salty. The developers are probably like not happy with me. I mean, at least they haven't reached out and said, "Hey, can we make you happy?" Because they've got plenty of fanboys that every alpha they're in there, but the next alpha is just going to destroy the game, in my opinion. It's absolutely 100%. They're killing the game, absolutely killing the game. They're changing so much. They're changing so much about progression, and I don't know why. I would love to know what their justification is. I would love to know what about their community and their game are making them completely trash the progression in the game. At this point, I don't know. But this late in development to so drastically cripple and destroy the progression in the game, to do that this late in development, I am honestly baffled as to why they're doing it. But yeah, progression is going to be largely based on RNG, and not on actually progressing in the game. It's going to be solely based on how much you're looting. And some people don't like looting. All right, trencher drill, uranium trencher head, your instrument centrifuge, nuclear reactor, composite alloy, fuel canister, yellow cake, primed fuel rod canister. Okay. All of the things. We just got all of the things. Now, I don't even remember. I don't even remember where I put all of this. Trencher drill motor, lightweight PCB, because of course I have lightweight PCBs. So we have, there are going to be a lot of lightweight PCBs. As the Heimel machine block. Okay, so this high strength composite alloy, there's a little trivia for you guys around this. This high-strength composite alloy is I think, the only thing in the game, in the base game, that is strictly for a mod. I saw he was working on a shader for something, and I think it was for the alloyed blocks, right? These alloyed blocks here. So these alloyed machine blocks, they have like a let's see if I can find one somewhere in here. God forbid. There they are. Right there. So they have that like shiny, rainbowy sort of effect on them. And I asked them, I was like, "Hey, can you add an ingot to the game that has that same shader on it? I want to use it for my reactor mod." And he did. He added an ingot that has that effect on it, and the only way to get it in the game is to use my mod. There's no way to get it in the game. So, yeah, I was a little proud of that. What am I doing? Oh yeah, lightweight PCB. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch the direction of these tubes here, and we are going to. Well, we're just gonna. Well, yeah, I want to add it lightweight is titanium. That'll give me quite a lot of them. 200 as a matter of fact. The last charge of the OET I want to do with nuclear reactor. We could easily charge it with what we have. We've charged it 3 times and destroyed 3 of our overmines already. We could absolutely charge it a 3rd or a 4th time. But I want to use my nuclear reactors to charge it. Because I want to. It's cooler. It's way cooler. Let's see. Biggest nightmare in game mode. I know. NMS. I'm not sure what that acronym is. No Man's
No Man's Sky, probably.
Yeah, I was super excited for Star Citizen in the early days. I even, we're talking years ago. Shortly after they, the Kickstarter was still going on. I think I have never had a lot of money, and I think I paid like $120 for one of the really early packages because I was super excited for the game. Unfortunately, what it has turned into is what any free community game turns into is you load up the game, and newbies load up the game, and you are immediately attacked by other players, like pirates, and the fact that there's no single player server or no single player worlds or universe to play in that. Or in other words, why can't I spin up my own server and have my own little, Star Citizen private universe that me and all the patrons can join, right? That's what I wanted. But the fact that you have this persistent universe and when you die or if your ship is attacked, if you don't have insurance, you're screwed. I was not sure what their idea was as to how this is not going to be exploited by every other player. Somebody joins in, then they have a nice ship. Well, there's going to be guilds in that game that are going to be hunting people like that down and salvaging whatever they can. It's going to be a massive feeding frenzy. The fact I've watched a couple of videos, a month ago I watched somebody playing it because the title of the video was I played 4 hours of Star Citizen, so you don't have to. And it was the worlds, it looked awesome if they can fix the sheer amount of bugs that they have, but being able to land on a planet and get on a train on a planet and travel across a surface and go to a shop and buy some stuff and then travel back, and then you got to find which hangar your damn ship is in. It's just for people who like super hyper realism, that's great. You basically live in this universe and there are no shortcuts. But to the other 90% of people who don't have an infinite amount of time, it's tedious and annoying. And what's the point? I saw one guy, he bought the most expensive ship in the game by farming and mining, or basically, farming minerals and selling them. And it took him hundreds of hours of grinding to build up the amount of money to buy the best ship, which was, 100 million in-game currency. It was just crazy expensive. But it was this giant, sleek looking yacht thing. And I'm just like, okay, You just spent, several months of your life getting this ship, and literally for what, right? If there was a way to turn that effort into real money, EVE Online actually had an ecosystem and an economy outside of the game. It wasn't sanctioned by the company. They actually did whatever they could to prevent it. But you could still, if you had the time and the wherewithal, you could build, big capital ships and sell them to clans for several $1,000s in real money. One of my old patrons actually made a living doing that for a while. Condomize. Yeah, it's a viable thing. So Star Citizen, I wouldn't doubt if an economy like that fires up for Star Citizen. Not that it would be sanctioned, but all right, there's some lightweight PCBs. I'm just gonna craft another couple hundred of those. Okay, trencher drill motor. Oh yeah, we need the high strength Duvalakis. Where would I have put? Composite alloy smelter. There it is. Uses 300 power per second. So yeah, we're gonna need this. Do I want one or two of these? Let's craft two. This is gonna take, I believe, chrome and moly together. Yeah, composite alloy from chrome. So chrome and moly are gonna go together. So we're gonna have to pipe those together. This is why I wanted the 100% drill engines, drill motors. Okay, so we're gonna go back down to the cold caves. So we need to route somehow the chromium and the moly.
I don't see you yet.
Okay, yeah, I'm down here.
Ah, there you are.
Yeah. They're both on this side, so I'm thinking right in here somewhere. I need a battery. Okay. Where, oh where? Okay. Oh, my nose, cat. Yeah, the cat had visited me. So I guess one of the materials can go in the middle. I mean, you can use, if you really wanted to, yeah, you can do it with whatever. And then the add-onlys, and then we'll take these two and merge them into a big boy. Okay, power-wise, should be relatively easy.
Okay, so these two here is where the ingots should go.
Well, the one in the middle is one type, right? Because it's chrome and moly.
Yep.
So either chrome or moly in the middle, and then the other one on the other two. These two out here.
Okay. I see.
Because there's, yeah, we don't. Unless you can figure out, well, I guess there would be a way. Nah.
Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah, I guess that'll be fine. And then you come over here. And then
Your base is under attack.
you. We're going to use the sweet, sweet Uber laser lens.
You know, as far as it goes, the online games, one of the big issues, and at this initial statement, you'll probably scoff. I believe that people are inherently good in real life. You know, most people. Obviously, there's a lot of people that aren't, but the problem is when people get online, you know, they're there to have fun, and they're not necessarily going to be inherently good. To me, that seems kind of the.
I mean, that's definitely an optimistic viewpoint of humanity.
Yeah.
I don't share that. I think the concepts of good or evil or goodness, I think, is a misnomer because people don't think in those terms. You don't, when you're out, just remember when you're out and about, right? You're at Walmart or whatever. You're not thinking in terms of good or evil. You're not thinking, is this good? Taking this parking space, is this good? You're not actively thinking in terms of good or evil. What I think is people are inherently selfish, right? So the default state is being selfish, because when you look at our history, our evolution, you had to be selfish. You had to grab food when it was available for yourself because you needed to eat, right? So people are inherently selfish, and then it takes a monumental effort to overcome that. And what can break it is parenthood. That's one thing that can override it. But you become selfish in terms of taking care of your children, right? A mother usually is pretty aggressive in defending and providing for their children. That's a selfish thing. And I see examples of that all the time. People thinking that their child is special and that they deserve more. Like there's a myriad of examples for that. So, when you're out and about and you grab a parking space, you're doing that because that's a selfish thing. You're grabbing that parking space, even though there might be some grandma behind you who would way better benefit from that space than you, right? You're not even thinking about the person behind you. If that person behind you, if a parking space opens up in front of you, you're not thinking, oh, maybe I should give that space to the person behind me. No, you're going to grab that. You're going to grab that space. So the natural state of people thinking is like, what do I need? What do I want? And then from there, all the other human catastrophe behaviors come around. Like from that spot, it gets nasty. But
in context, would you say that people are inherently better in real life when compared to games?
I
Online
think
games specifically.
What I think online does, right? Because when you're in person with somebody, there's a certain civility associated with that. There is a social construct that exists when you are lingering with people in real life. That does not exist online. And I think people become more of who they are online, or more reflective of their personality online than they would in real life. It's not that, they change their behavior. It's that in real life, there is a social construct a construct of behaviors. Now, what I've seen lately is that is even breaking down. Look at some of this SJW stuff that's going on. People are assaulting one another in real life for what they believe. And I think that is really telling. It's like, you don't believe what I believe, I'm going to assault you or in some other way accost you because you don't believe what I believe. Like, craziness. It's crazy. So it's a little bit of that online crazy is now leaking into real life. And that is really telling. It's people who are uninhibited by reality will they themselves be unhinged and unleashed. And I think that the online personas of people are more reflective of who they are rather than changing who they are. It's almost like when somebody drinks a lot,
Oh yeah.
if you give an average person a fifth of scotch, right, their personality is going to change. Now, some people are angry drunks, some people are quiet drunks. My dad is a very talkative drunk. So their personality seems to change, but all that is happening is the inhibitions are broken down. When you're in a social situation, there's part of your mind that's tamping down like outbursts and jokes and things and it's actually like actively suppressing some of your basic instincts. But when you start drinking, the cap comes off and all that stuff comes spewing out, right? And that's what I think the internet does. The internet uncaps the bottle and allows people just to say what's ever on their mind with no consequences. And that is not an ideal situation. It's a really fascinating experiment in human psychology and human social things, because like yeah, it's really fascinating. For the first time in human history, we are at the same time more connected and less connected to one another than at any other time, which is, it's kind of paradoxical, but it's true. Like, anyway, that was a really long like tangent into something. Like there are, like I've seen some videos now. There are people that pull over to the side of the road, get out of their car. If they see a Tesla, they'll pull over, get out of their car, walk over, key the side of the Tesla, get back in their car, and drive off. Literally stopping in the middle of the road to key somebody's car. Now tell me, please, what the hell they're trying to say. What possible, like, you're key, like, that is thousands of dollars in damage, and you're doing it on a whim. You're doing it with zero thought of consequences, when the Tesla is literally surrounded by cameras and they capture the footage of all of this. They see the people that are doing this. If a person's in a car, it can capture the license plate. They know who's doing this shit. So what would drive a person to get out of their car, damage the shit out of somebody else's property? What would drive somebody to do that? It's the level of insanity to me is it's off the charts. It's off the charts. The stories there's a channel called Dark Fluff, and all this guy does, bless his heart, all this guy does is read shit off of Reddit. That's the entirety of his channel. Is he sort of finds posts on various Reddits like malicious compliance, entitled people, I don't work here lady. So he's finding stories of crazy people and Karens and he just reads the posts on his Discord channel or on his YouTube channel. But the crazy that you hear about on these stories, and I have a friend who works in retail, and he has some crazy stories. They're the stories that you hear about on those Reddits, or if you watch the Dark Fluff channel, they're not made up. There are people out there who are crazy. They're crazy. And I know crazy is my dad being a PhD in psychology, crazy is not a diagnosed term, right? Crazy is a very general term to just sort of describe somebody who doesn't think like normal people. But what's normal, right? You could, oh, that's a rabbit hole I won't even go down. So, but like what possesses a Karen to do the things that Karens do, right? The crazy that's going on. For me, I'm watching this going, something is possessing these people. Like, something is possessing these people to do these things. And it's not normal. It's not a normal way of thinking. It's not a normal way of behaving. It's not a normal way of acting. Something is like, it's in the water. So I don't know what it is. It's crazy. There are some crazy things going on. And, you know, a lot of people aren't aware. A lot of people, like, don't even know what's going on. But doesn't stop it from going on. It's just, you're just not aware of it, which is unfortunate, but all right, let's see if we can finally craft empty fuel rod crafter. Yellow cake processor, as far as I remember. Yeah, this is gonna be, if you wanted a challenge us, I have, you know, I've built these setups so many damn times, that I haven't really come across a good design for my yellow cake processor.
Okay.
So yeah, it would be nice to find a good design for that, because yeah, I haven't. What is the power per second? 50. Okay.
50.
Because the yellow cake processors, and you're gonna need some of this composite alloy and all this kind of stuff.
Okay.
But I think it's, if I remember right, it's like 8 uranium per yellow cake. So the yellow cake processors, it's like, I think it's like 8 to 1. But trying to feed as fast as possible 8, because this thing says you need 8 per reactor. I don't know about that. Maybe. I'd have to look at all my recipe or all my ratios. You know, this thing tells me I need roughly 1 per reactor. I think that's shenanigans. I think I honestly don't think you need 1 of these per reactor. Honestly. But like maybe, I don't know. I've never really had a reactor just constantly running, right? I've always placed them in hot spots where I need a lot of power, and then just manually inserted fuel. So I've never really done the hard math. And why didn't I add one-click crafts for these? Like, why? Anyway, yeah.
All right. So the yellow cake processor is the part you want me to work on?
Yeah, because that's the first line, which is why I have a lot of space around the cargo lift over there. Because usually what I do is I have a induction pad, and then I have like 5 yellow cake processors on the bottom, and then those get all filled. But I've done it in a way that, because I think you need, I think you also need chlorine with
It
the
does.
yellow
The
cake process.
yellow cake does say something about chlorine.
Yeah. So you have to have 2 inputs. So it's sort of like my missile crafter, where you have a horizontal input, then you have a vertical input into the top of the machine. Otherwise, it's really hard to get two elements in there. And I just can't remember what the crafting time was. I need to get some more of this so I can craft the trencher drills. All right, let's actually start mining this stuff. So, trencher drill motor.
Crafting.
Should I only build 8 of them, or do you want me to try and make more of them and optimize it more?
I would say if you're going to use, well, depending on if you're going to use the induction pad or not. If you're planning on using that for power, then I would say build 10 of them. And then, try to maybe figure something out there. If you're not going to use the induction pad, build however many you think we need. We're going to need quite a few. I mean, we're going to need a lot. We're going to have 2 full trencher heads on this thing. And yeah, I think I basically balanced it where 1 trencher head would be capable of keeping 8 yellow cake processors running constantly. And then 4, and we're going to need 8 enrichment centrifuges, probably more than that. Again, I haven't looked at the values. I haven't looked at this stuff in a long, long time.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to go down to uranium. Okay. This. Uranium. Let's see if it's even on the...
Oof, yeah, they need 100 uranium. That's...
Yeah. It's hard to keep them stocked. So I've been playing with the thought of, like, maybe we should use matter movers and have a matter movers, like, because when the thing comes up, right, it'll be able to drop 6,000 ore in one shot. And if you have, like, multi-matter movers, because my matter mover mod, say that 10 times fast, my matter mover mod lowers the power, increases the range of all of the matter movers. So you could use, like, the multi-matter mover, which is one of the reasons I put a giant battery on the top of this, so there's plenty of power options. You could have the hopper, right, where like a 5001 type hopper where all the uranium comes in. You could have that beam into another hopper, and then you could have it just spiderweb out to however many hoppers you wanted, and it would deliver, it would distribute that really fast, all of that ore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think it was 100 to 1. Yeah, 100 to 1. Yowza. Yeah, the bump on the back of her neck is growing. I need to...
It's a lot of things that it could be, rather innocuous, but yeah. I was only able to build 8 of these so far.
Yeah, that's fine.
So one thing we could do, I don't think we want to do this, but an interesting thing I've found. If you put hoppers next to, just right next to the lift, and then you put all of them to remove only, then it will add them. But you have to be sure that all of them are remove only. So that would be one way where you could, just inject it straight into the hopper that then the yellow cake crafters would.
But that
Uh,
we would be limited by. Well, I mean, even if you did 3 sides, 3, 6, 9, you'd be limited to
you could
9
get
machines.
12. Well, there's 4 sides to it and 3, and then there are 2 layers also. So it could do 24 and then have induction in between. Like I say, that would be goofy looking. So I don't we want to do that.
Yeah.
Just saying it's an option.
All right.
Do you know the process time for these?
I don't.
Okay.
I think it's pretty fast, but I'd have to look at the files. Honestly, you'd have to look at the. You have to open up the zip or look at the recipe file for the GAC machine.
Yeah. I'll just wait till we get some and
All right. Let me go down.
test it out. But yeah, I'm thinking matter movers is the way to go.
Structure complete.
Roof.
Structure complete.
Right. What size? Wow, 1,602 ore per haul. Is that going to update? Nope.
Structure complete. Structure complete.
All right. Uranium has started.
All right.
Loading complete. First trip is on its way. All right. I hear it is. That's a tough little bugger.
Fighting something?
I think he's bugged out. Yeah, he's bugged out.
Ah. Shoot.
And I have some chlorine on me. We put that. Ooh, I don't have very much on. Let me go
All right.
get some more of that.
Not quite complete because I don't have the matter movers in there.
Well, I thought you were just going to test to see how long the craft was.
Oh yeah, that too. Put chlorine in there. I think this will work. Much anyway. There it goes. Five, 0.5 seconds. Wow.
Crafting.
Yeah, I made it a challenge.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, that'll need some pretty beefy matter movers.
Well, yeah, the multi-matter mover is crazy fast.
Yeah. And Corsair Bull is asking how the frostbite is looking. I assume crowd blast him.
How is the frostbite? Oh, trial? I haven't been over to the C5 in a while. Let's look.
Would 2,000 slot hoppers be okay?
For
Or should I use more? For the uranium? I suppose I should probably go for the gold and put the biggest thing
well,
on there.
it depends. Do you want one hopper and one matter mover pulling off of that, or do you want
Two hoppers.
So if you do 2 hoppers, I would do 3,000.
3,000.
That way an even 6,000 can drop all in one shot, and then the lift comes up, drops, and then immediately goes back down for another load.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's detected at 32 meters. It's detected that direction. Yep, there it is. So we are surrounded. Absolutely
Should build a map.
surrounded. You got to put a map in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be a big room though. I mean, if you
But
want,
do you
I
need
can
to?
put it-
Does the room need to be like? Okay. how do I word this? The map, is it based on the location in the world you're at, or is it based on where the C5 is at? Because I'm assuming if we build the map in the area of the cold caves that we are in, we wouldn't see anything because we're 1,000 blocks away from this place.
Yeah.
So the room would have to be built next to the C5, which is just a tiny little room. I mean, there's basically just a room for just like the C5, and that's pretty basically it.
Yeah. And I think it does just show the immediate area. Well, very large area, but
Yeah,
localized.
we'd have to build it. We'd have to build it over here, and the whole point of this was to not build a lot over here, just to cheese the
Yeah.
hell out of it.
You know, I can't remember if you can build a room without an entrance.
Huh. That's like a question for Sherlock Holmes. How do you get into a room with no entrance?
Right. Yeah. Let's see what we can do on the matter movers.
All right. Well, there's empty fuel rods. We are ready. Okay. So. We basically only need one primed fuel rod crafter. That's fine. And then oh man, this is gonna be. The centrifuges use a lot of power. I usually try to build them in line with a battery.
Wow.
Because that allows me. So if I do it in line with that one, the problem is this battery is not. Yeah, that battery is not connected with a higher tier conduit. Oh, I guess that is tier 5 conduit. Okay. Huh. Why is the average power so low? Are we actually starting to use some power, which is crazy? What kind of shenanigans do we have going on here? Wow.
Wow. Okay. I need to go do some more, make some more matter movers. That last one, 8 for every one. I won't be able to max out the output with this setup, but I think our bottleneck is going to be the speed it extracts.
Yeah, the trenchers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, finally a use for those alloyed upgrade modules. Yeah, there's an autocraft up there for the alloyed upgrade modules.
Okay, excellent.
Um,
Oh, yeah, I need some of the overclock crystal clocks too. Good.
yeah.
I gotta refamiliarize myself with where everything is. Never really had a full handle on it either.
Yeah, the alloyed upgrade modules are basically by missile crafting. Right on the ground next to missile crafting in that area. There's
Okay.
because the alloyed goes right into ultimates. An alloyed, all I did was repurpose the alloyed machine block because we had a crafter there for the alloyed machine block that was using gold foil, titanium housing, and it turns out that the other alloyed crafter was more efficient on nickel and titanium, less efficient on gold, but whatever. And then the alloyed upgrade module used gold foil, secondary upgrade, and titanium housing. So I just took out the crafter for machine blocks and put in the upgrade module, and it was very happy.
Oh, somebody said you don't need a room for the cryo map. Interesting. And Corsair Bull said, can't wait to see you guys
Tactical
attack the cryo.
Yeah, we are gonna do a little bit of fighting of the cryo. Because of course we need to do the magma bore over there. But we're gonna attack it because it's way north of the base. Way north. 1,000 blocks north. But we're gonna go out there and attack it from one side. And maybe we'll see what we can see. I don't know. It gets boring and repetitive really, really fast. So, I'm gonna do it as long as people want to watch it, and then from there, I'm gonna lose interest really fast. But what will really help the situation is having nuclear reactors. We'll be able to build a couple out there, put some fuel and some coolant in, and have more power over there than we have over here within a couple machines. So that's one of the reasons why I want to get reactors going. Now you built these in a way it's going to be freaking hard to power them.
They should all be powered.
No, I'm talking about the matter movers.
Oh.
Because I've noticed there's a weird bug or something when you put a battery on the side of a battery, like a small battery on the side of a big battery.
Oh. Move the crates back one, and then we can just do a zipper right into them.
Yeah, that would require me to have 3,000 uranium in my inventory, which I really don't want.
I just gotta finish these matter movers, and I'll get
the chrome. Now, do we want to have a lift to bring chlorine up here? Like, ideally, we would do a lift like right here, which is 16 minus 53. I mean, moving stuff manually is fine and all, but rather try to avoid it. So 16 minus 53. Let's go down to the toxic filters. It's going to be over here. 16.
the free zone shouldn't be our bottleneck, that's for sure. Just saying, if that goes down, we could explode.
16. Damn it. Minus 53. Right there. I mean, that would be possible. We could do a lift right here. So let me just jot down the coordinates. That way we can bring up chlorine and not have to manually move it. So 16 minus 53, and it's minus 5, 5, 8. So 4, 8. Okay. I want to go down right here. Oh, let's go. All right. Oh, that was a lag spike. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is like the most optimum filter setup I've ever come up with, and it works really well. And yeah, nice and compact. Everything's working 100%. And the bottler down below, you can actually, right there, you could actually build a whole nother set on this side and push it into the bottler. But you better have a need for that much chlorine, because it's 100% usage of the bottler. And then if any build up in here, like we have, 1600 in here, if you have two of these, it's maxing that out. If it stops and there's some stored eventually, you'd never get that stuff that's stored out of there. So I would always like, oh, look at that. I didn't even realize the lift for this would be literally at this is the very first spot I came down when I entered the toxic cave so many streams ago. This is where I came in, and this is where we're at now. So we're gonna
Nice.
clear a little bit more space here. For funsies. Funsies.
Man, is that enough yet?
Basically, I want to route here.
Secondary upgrade modules. What
Nickel.
are those? Oh, go ahead.
Those are nickel.
Same ones?
Nickel.
Nickel. Okay. Ah. One multi-matter mover short.
I'm gonna break. Place this. All right, 557. Minus 307. What? That does not sound right. 557. Oh. Yes. Never mind. Wow. 307. There it is. Now, oop. Okay, so we're gonna put a 5,000 hopper here, 5,000 hopper here, content sharing. Let's drop in. I should have a crap ton. Okay.
Oh, I forgot how beefy the multi-matter movers look.
I should have enough rack rails. Can't even remember if I re-enabled that setup or not. Top. If not, I'd be screwed. They take forever to craft. Okay, I'm looking for an icon. No, no, no. There they are. 1.5 thousand, yeah. Alright, this is done. Bingo, bango. And you can go. And you can go. And you can go. And then we want this. There we go. And that will push them in, and then this one will just do the content sharing, and so it'll, it'll even itself out. And Tricky's hoppers are usually pretty darn good and fast, really fast at content sharing. And it's, breaks it apart pretty evenly, but there's a ton there. So let's go back up to the cold caves. And then here. We want
Crafting.
E. And let's put a big hoppity hopper there with, oh, there they are, rack rails. And I think we can.
Yeah, I didn't even anticipate that being a problem. The pipes themselves won't be able to transfer quick enough for 8 of these.
What do you mean?
So I've got the single pipe up here that's moving it, and at half a second per craft. I mean, that's faster than even the pipe can move, I think, even from just one of them.
Yeah,
Or am I wrong,
it
or
processes them really fast. So you're doing good here. What I would say is maybe combine two and then combine the other two and then matter move them or something. You don't have
Yeah,
to, but
I think
um,
if we wanna make it even more optimized, yeah, I got an idea.
I mean, you can do what you want. I left it into your capable hands, so
Capable sucker.
Crafting.
oh, I need another basic minecart. Basic. There you go.
Crafting.
I don't know.
Crafting.
Just a random thing to include here. Basic minecart. So stupid.
Crafting.
All right. There's the bulk
Yeah.
cargo lift. This is. Oh, I think I ran into some damn sand.
Oh no.
Oh no, this is. No, I didn't. I ran into some renegade build blocks.
Oh, even worse. Wow, I ran out of vanilla hoppers. Usually I have 10 jabillion of those by now.
Oh, what happened to my FPS? Jesus. No, didn't run into sand. Okay, good. Let's continue down here. Just double check. Well, it looks like we did run into sand, but we only have 2 blocks of sand. So that's good. That's easy to
Oh, nice.
take care of. So now go up here, go back to your cold caves. Do this, do check rail. Unfortunately, it has to go through the whole line again. It is usually pretty fast, but yeah, it's a pain in the ass. So it should hit about 90 or so, and then continue building. Fingers crossed. Bingo, there we go. So 30, roughly 305 or so. 305, 306, somewhere in there should be our final height. Because remember, we're 3 blocks up here, and then the excavator was actually 1 block lower when we did it. So.
That's not too offensive a sound. Matter mover? It's been a while since I've heard that. And we can upgrade these. They're just the tier 1s.
Yeah, that. There might be a problem with the big matter movers on the blues.
How so?
Yeah, look in this hopper here, and you'll see why.
Oh, it's got yellow cake? How
Yeah.
did that happen?
Well, the matter mover is sitting next to the other hoppers, so it'll pull out of any hopper it's sitting next to, not just the back.
Yep.
So yeah, that you may want to do the output on the top.
I got an idea. The type of hopper that nobody ever uses. The directional hopper.
I thought that was directional for the. Well, I mean, we can try it to see if it's directional on the output. But what about
Yeah, I
the
think
input
that's-
side?
Yeah, I think it's output that it's directional, not the input. So okay, let's grab the yellow cake out of there.
So yeah, put it in the one of the directional hoppers and see.
Yeah, suppose that's easy enough to just test that way. You and your making sense. Appears to be working.
Yeah, it's not okay. That's looks like it's it looks like a solution. You came up with a solution. Yay!
Now we could do even more, but I think, you know, other than like multiplying this more, I think our next stop would actually be the dreaded mass storage system.
No,
Yeah, I know.
no, there's mass
I
storage
know
is
you weren't going to use it. Just saying that's one solution that could increase the
no. We're going to be limited by the cargo lift itself. So
Yep. Yeah, I mean it just got here and it's already done. So yeah, that is definitely our bottleneck.
I mean, we could technically add more lifts. I'm not sure. Like, I could add lifts. Like, I could have the thing, but then, yeah, then you're going to be limited by, like, a lot more.
Yeah. I certainly don't think it's worth our effort to make it even more.
Yeah, this alone, I mean, these all have to ship off to the enrichments, and the enrichments are much slower over craft. And much more power hungry. So I'm thinking of taking from this battery, I'm thinking that is 3 down from the ceiling. Okay. So we're going to come over here. And we are going to come here. 3
Serious
down.
in some chat. Oh yeah, we ignore the chem bots. We have some turrets up, so they should take care of them if they attack us.
Yeah, one just fired over here and got killed because he was trying to siphon power. As soon as they try to siphon power from a battery, the lasers will get them. So it's like almost like they aggro. Okay, maybe a little bit closer.
Well, and then Unlucky Clover said, "There's always the factorial way. Not enough. Double it."
Yeah, pretty much. Oh no, this one's definitely the better one. Okay. Now,
I'm not yawning. You're yawning.
Crafting, crafting.
what are Renegades doing today?
Oh, he posted in chat he's not going to be online. Or joining us, or whatever you
Oh,
want to say.
what the heck?
I could mention it. I don't think it's anything private, but yeah, he posted his reasoning in the members chat. Or is it?
Yeah, I'll have to look. The OBS window is covering Discord, which is why I never can see Discord.
Yeah.
All right, now we want a sweet, sweet amount of power over here.
Structure complete. Structure complete.
Okay. So I need to find the midpoint here. Okay. Because Richmond again is a very intense process. Very power hungry. Very, very power hungry. So we're gonna grab, pretty sure, not empty fuel canisters. I need like all of these. And then enrichment center. So 7. I can't believe I didn't do a one-click craft for these. Like, why didn't I do that? Maybe I did, and I just didn't unlock it. No, I don't think I did. I don't think I did. For whatever reason, I just stupid. I need some more lightweight PCBs.
He buggy spaced it.
Because I did the nuclear reactor way before I added those one-click crafts. Because I did those one-click crafts by somebody requested them, and then I thought, oh, that's a great idea, and so yeah, I did a bunch. But I think it was after. Pretty sure it was after. I did a bunch of other stuff. But I can check now that I'm up here. I can check to see. There's a one-click craft for the Dazzler turret. We can do that. Magma board, you don't even want to know.
Dazzling.
3,267. Why didn't I add a one-click for that damn thing? 3,200. It's a crazy amount of resources to craft that magma board.
Well, I don't think we'll be tackling it this time. Could always do a mod after this stream or something.
I always do a mod on camera. Could do a modding
true.
stream and update all the mods, but how many people are actually playing this game?
Yeah.
Cryo map. Might as well unlock that. There's the Dazzler, Cryo Mine, Melter, Cryo Bomb, Falcor Bomber. Falcor Bombers are good, but the logic behind them is a little crappy. They usually, if you do like a cluster of like 4, which is what I like to do, like a hopper with a cluster of 4 around, they tend to bomb the same places over and over and over again, so you just waste cryo bombs. So ideally you would have a hopper and a bomber, and then, you know, way down you do another hopper and another bomber, and their scanning would not, you know, would tend not to bomb the same place over and over again. So yeah, I'm gonna need to craft a bunch of these lightweight PCBs. Should have, when DJ did his very last main pack update, I think it was the Adventures DLC where he made a bunch of these changes. So lightweight PCBs were like the top tier crafting material, and then he introduced the titanium housing, and the upgrade modules and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, this was like the be-all, end-all of things, but yeah. So it's 7 clicks per centrifuge. This is why I wanted one-click craft. 7 clicks per centrifuge. We need 8 centrifuges. Okay. 7 times 8 is
56.
56. I know my times tables, I swear. 56 clicks. So that's hitting craft 25 twice plus 6. But we're going to need at least 560 lightweight PCBs. I've got the resin, I've got the alloy, I've even got, I think, the Heimel blocks. Pretty sure I've got the Heimel blocks. But it's these lightweight PCBs. What I could do is I could put a bigger hopper on these. And just craft them. But once we have 8 of these, I think that'll be fine. And then we're gonna need a bunch of nano hoppers. Nano hoppers.
Crafting.
Okay, how many does I have now? I have enough for 48. So if I do, let's say, a bigger hopper back here. I have this guy. And then I need
Crafting.
match that. Then I actually need to get some titanium. I mean, 2,000 lightweight PCBs should be fine. There. Now that'll just craft a bunch. Okay. Oh, yeah, I need 560, I think. Which is 80 more. Yeah, as loud as annoying as this tier 4 turret, the Dazzler is, I think, more so. Because it's a long, like, at least the T4 turret, like, when it's done killing, it stops. The Dazzler is this long, drawn out, like, sound effect that doesn't stop until the thing is, well, yeah, it's just really annoying. 50. It's done 50. It is pretty fast. These are the very first types of machines that you have in the game. Yeah, they're pretty fast. And they don't require any power, which is so awesome. All right. 2980. There we go. Now 25, 25, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bingo bingo. We have a ton of trenchers or enrichment chambers or whatever. Centrifuges. Words. Old caves. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so each one of these desires 1,000 power per second. Just FYI. A lot of power. So we're going to need 2 Mark IV batteries.
Ah, I see. Do you want this post in the center?
And that it's no, it doesn't have to be there, but it's just a marker for the midpoint.
Yeah,
3, 4, 5, 6,
there
7.
they are. I knew I had some batteries on me. Just couldn't find them.
Structure complete. Structure complete. Structure complete. Structure complete.
All right. Now, what I usually do is the inputs, right? The yellow cake inputs go on each side. So we're going to have a nano hopper here and here with remove only. And then here and here. And then we're going to have a little bit bigger hoppers, but still trickies, because it's all about the tricky hoppers. Like, they're just so much better. They're so much better.
Crafting.
And then we're going to want a couple big ones, like
Crafting.
a couple big ones. And then down the outside here, we'll have the add-onlys. Like that. These are going to go underneath. Oh, come on. Like that. These will go over the top. Like that. And we will have this come out. In case we want more centrifuges, we'll have this come out and offload like this. And that way, we can add more centrifuges down this line and just keep power going and then have the return come back this way if we needed more. So now we want basically a distribution system. So let's get a let's see. Small hopper. This way.
I can move this one type with yellow cake in it too if you wanted.
I mean, it's fine where it is. Just
Okay.
all right. So before I hook this up, maybe yeah. Let's get the yellow cake out because it fills one side and then it'll fill the other. Just fine. Okay. And then
I don't have any conduits on me, so I couldn't hook up power.
I have lots.
Ah, figured. I don't know why I said it like that.
All right. So these are only 1,000 power per second each. Only. So we don't need the tier 5s on this branch. So the the basic ones are fine. And then we're going to do... Remember, you do not want to be standing on top of the conduits when you build it. Just saying. Oh, I built one way out. God, floatiness. Floatiness.
Oh, I hate that.
There we go. I need to go grab this one because otherwise my count will be off. And there we go. Craft time on these, like 30 seconds, I think.
It's not processing yet. Does it have it,
Oh, yeah, they are.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, probably just misreporting it between...
Yeah, probably. Processing uranium dioxide. And we have uranium dioxide. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, so the next thing is... we need the fuel canisters that are being made way over there.
Okay.
We need those over here somewhere. And then we have the... Oh, the machine's in here somewhere, everybody. Look for the... Yeah. Gotta look for the radiation icon. I mean, that makes it stand out. Primed fuel rod crafter. 50 power per second. Not anything major. What we could do is possibly maybe build this in line with this, right? Get some power that way. So we want, I do believe, a nano hopper on each side of these. So it needs 8 of these and an empty fuel rod thing. So because it needs 8, we need that to be a small. Okay. And I think this has a pretty fast craft time. I'm not 100%, but I am pretty certain it's got a pretty fast craft time.
This hopper?
Oh yeah, the red one.
Okay. Oh, there's some crystal underneath. Not an issue, just was building or gonna build the tube underneath.
Okay. Remove only, and now we're gonna do add only. Into
crafting.
I just want to store all of the reactor fuel, just all of it. So how about 10,000 storage? I mean, if you're gonna store it, you might as well store it. There's your primed fuel rod right there, baby. We have ourselves our first bit of fuel. Now, yeah, we're gonna need a lot more. We're gonna need a lot more than one to charge the OET. So this poor system has to go quite a ways. Craft time on this is 15 seconds. Okay, so if you look at the ratios here, These are 30 seconds. Okay. This is 15 seconds. This uses 8 of those. So if we want this to go full blast, we need 16 of these guys. Well, like, how are we doing? I don't know. It's hard to tell. How we're doing on yellow cake. Because we could easily increase the yellow cake that we're processing. Okay, I say easily, but it would take a little bit of finagling to get this. What I would almost want to do, instead of building it in a line, I would make it a square and have it come out to here. I don't even know what this... Oh, lithium. This is my new lithium setup. Okay. That's fine. But yeah, I'm pretty sure 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we would be able to double up. But that would be a grand total. That's 1,000. That'd be 16,000 power per second. So we would need to upgrade the conduit for that. Because right now that conduit coming down into the system is only 10,000. And also the fact that we would be using 16,000 power per second down here, we would need more power, period. And look at that, we've got a bunch of nuclear fuel rods. So one of the other things I did with the mod is it doesn't waste fuel. And I know this is a bone of contention to some people, but if whatever the reactor is hooked to, whether it's a battery or a machine, can't accept any more power, it stops burning the fuel, right? It's a zero waste system. Because I figured if you're going to build the infrastructure to get all this going, and you're gonna have all this stuff crafting, then, you know, why punish the person? Because there's no real like circuit network system in the game. There's no way to like shut down a reactor when a battery is too full or whatever. You know, so I had to work within the limitations of the game, and yeah, fun times. So I think with this I'm gonna do like midpoint. I've got a bunch of nano.
Somebody's asking a question in chat. I think he's asking how long we've been playing to a particular point. So I assume you mean...
Yeah, if you look at this, played 3 days, 4 hours. So 3 days is 24,
72.
48, 72 plus 4, that's 76 hours. 76 hours. Yeah, a lot of time is spent in between episodes or in between streams getting everything ready. So, and that's the same is true with any series that I've done in this game. Ton of time in between series, in between episodes. So, what you see, you know, as boring as it is now, what you see is usually just a drop in the bucket compared to how much work it actually is. Okay, so I'm going to...
Crafting.
Man, remember when hoppers were expensive? So if you want to craft another... with the titanium things... lightweight PCBs are up near the research area.
Okay.
You can craft for 8 more. You're going to need 560 lightweight PCBs, but I filled it up with 2,000 titanium before I left, so there should be plenty sitting in that 2,000 hopper chest connected. But yeah, you're gonna need some conduit. You're gonna need some batteries. You know,
Where are the centrifuges? What category?
under mining,
Mining. Okay.
I think. Pretty sure.
Yep.
Yep. Why they're there, don't ask.
Because you're crazy.
Because there's no process that's, I mean, because it's not smelting, not power storage. I mean, not really manufacturing. It's more like, I don't know, purifying. I don't know. So I had to put them all somewhere. I guess I could have. Oh no, I don't think I could have added my own category, because there's like 4 empty squares there, right? So like filtering has its own category. How do you put another category? Well, that's like not something that can be edited by a mod, I don't think. Pretty sure.
504. Does that sound right?
504 what?
Enrichment centrifuge blocks.
Total, you need 560.
560. Okay, I must have mathed somewhere.
Yeah, because it was 7 times 8 is 56, so it's 560. I think. Yeah. Right? Anyway,
well,
it was 560 lightweight PCBs, right? So it was 56 clicks of the enrichment chamber recipe. 56 clicks. I don't know how many of the things that I had. I just remember it was 56 clicks. So 56 clicks times 9 is your total number, which is 56 times 9. It's 504. How about that? And then I need to update this. There.
Structure complete. Structure complete.
Okay.
Yeah, Corsair, the stuff between, some people do find that interesting. I've watched some long form streams on various stuff, but it's really a niche audience, I'd say. Wouldn't you think so too? 'Cause
It depends on. It would largely depend on your age.
yeah.
Young people do not watch videos very long. My average view watch time on my videos, like 30 to 40%, drop off within 30 seconds of the video. You looked at my metrics, and that's across the board. It's crazy. Somebody clicks on a video and just watches 30 seconds of it. Like, how, even a 2-minute long video, my epic cathedral build from Vintage Story, 2-minute long video, like 30% drop off after 30 seconds. It's insane. And the other variable is how they're watching it, right? I've come to start watching streams instead of TV shows when I'm away from the keyboard. I don't sit at the computer all day long. I have to get away from it. And when I do, I go watch, TV. Well, obviously I don't have cable, because who has cable these days? And I have a finite number of streaming services that I can afford. So I've basically watched all of the things on all of those services that I'm even remotely interested in. And so I've started watching some streams. Like I watched Nephrum's latest 100% world record run on Factorio, right? That's a 4-hour long stream. So I just have that stream going, and I'm doing other things. I'm talking with my brother, or I'm playing Clash of Clans on my tablet. Like there are other things that I'm doing, and I'm sort of watching whatever it is. So if somebody's watching a stream like that, then it really doesn't matter what's going on. And if it's not super riveting, there are a myriad of other things they could be doing. They could have it on while they're making dinner, or they could just have it on for background noise, to quiet their baby, which I'm assuming that Vejas has probably tried to do that more than once. So, it's what your purpose is in watching, when you're watching it, and how old you are, basically, are the two biggest variables in stream watchability, or your tolerance for slower content. But I try in every series that I've done, I've tried to not repeat a lot of content, and that really limits how much I show.
Yeah, that's another big thing. Another thing I was going to mention, I was kind of leading up to, is that organic system is.
I'll go
backed
fix it.
up.
Oh, okay.
I could just grab some of the organics if you want.
I've got nothing else going on. You're working on something. You need to focus. Focus, Danielson. Hey, that actually works. All right. What is backed up? It is backed up on. Yeah. Okay.
I think the organics or recombined is full.
Recombined is full, which means we can go hog wild crazy and add a 5,000 one-type hopper. Because reasons.
Oh, but yeah, as far as it goes, another thing you got to consider is that also Buggy doesn't. Well, he did say he doesn't like to sit at the PC the whole time, but also, it's kind of tough being, quote, on, recording and all that stuff. It is kind of taxing, and to do, like 76 hours of content, oof, that would be rough.
Yeah, my average if you look at my FortressCraft series, my big one, like Toxic Factory, maybe not the Encore series, that was a later series, but the big ones, and when I was in the middle of FortressCraft, those series go over 100 episodes. I think the longest one was like 120 something episodes. And you have to understand, there's an average of an hour of work per episode. So when you have 120 episodes, that's 120 hours on average that you put into a series. And if that series only gets 1,000 views across, or maybe 2,000 views, or even 3,000 views, that's $3, give or take. About $1 per 1,000. It's a good metric for any channel. There are some channels that are way over that, by the way. But again, like, would you personally work for 100 hours to get a $5, to get $5? 100 hours, $5. That's the equation that YouTubers have to face. Especially if they're struggling with whatever they're trying to do. If they're struggling to find an audience, if they're struggling to come up with ideas, come up with content, stuff like that. It's just part of the equation, you know. And for the last few years, I've been rolling with it and hoping, you know, 7 years, hoping that I get to whatever critical mass. There's some critical mass point where, you know, you could gather more audience, but mine is a niche audience anyway. And I knew that going in. I knew, you know, modded games, open world games, factory games. I knew that was sort of a niche audience. But there are channels out there that cover the exact same games that I do that have a much, much bigger audience. You know, so maybe it's me. Maybe I really suck. Which, you know, I'm not against admitting. I'm saying, hey, this could be the thing that's wrong. And as unfortunate as it is, you know, you kind of have to come to terms with that. But
I guess, does anybody have some ideas on what Buggy's doing wrong?
So this week, in pivoting the channel, I've got 3 episodes recorded that are not playing a game, because that literally, I've been doing that for the last 7 years, and you know, I made $1,200 last year, so I have to do something different. I just have to. There's no rhyme or reason to it. I have to do something different to try to mix things up. Now, if a game comes out that I'm actually interested in or I'm excited about, then I can do a coverage of it. But it won't be a 100 episode let's play. It'll be a 5 episode let's try. Right? Let's get into this. Let's figure out what's good, what's not, and basically do like a long form review. That way, people who are on the fence of whether or not to buy a game, they can watch a video and be like, okay, this looks like something I would want to get. Because a lot of people, if they're interested in a game, they won't watch a series because it will spoil the game, right? So there's that catch-22. Do you watch the content because, you know, you're mildly interested in the game and you just don't want to buy it? Or do you not watch the content because you are interested in the game and you don't want any spoilers? So, yeah, there's myriad of reasons why something doesn't work or does work. For me, I've always tried to do the tutorial side of things, where if you're stuck in a game, then hopefully my videos can help. And I've gotten some success with that in a very small number of videos, mostly modding tutorial videos. Most watched video on my channel is a short little 7 days to die modding video, right? Something like 50,000-60,000 views, which is fine. It's fine. The whole point of me wanting to build channel is to build and grow modding communities, because I really believe in modding games. And so with that, I'm pivoting the channel more to that content than just blindly playing a game and losing my mind. So the 3 episodes that I've recorded are me updating some mods for Vintage Story. And the first couple, I run into an issue because I made the grave mistake of trying to update a mod and fix a bug on camera live. Not live, but on camera, right? I didn't go in, fix the bug, get everything tested, and then start recording and explain how I fixed it. No, I went into it and I was like, whatever happens, happens. And yeah, interesting issues. But I walked through the whole process. I walked through like setting up the development environment, setting all that stuff up. I really cover some of that stuff just because any programmers out there, anybody wanting to learn programming, anybody struggling with that, I want to make sure to cover enough of the basics that help people maybe improve their modding process a little bit easier. Once I learned how to set up my projects and set up debugging and set up all of that, it made all of the difference in the world programming and debugging mods. And so I really wanted to cover a lot of that. Mainly, the episodes are how much work does it take to go from one version to the next. And then the third episode is updating the Night Watcher mod for Vintage Story, but also adding a feature to it, a requested feature that somebody requested. So basically it is, showing that updating the mod is super easy. You just recompile it, and then adding a feature, tacking a feature on is pretty trivial. And yeah, just general programming stuff. Because what I want to do is I want to move into a bigger project. I want to move into like a really big mod for Vintage Story to teach me how to program and to rustle up those cobwebs, because it's been a while since I've worked on a really big project. So I got to figure out the organization. I want to treat it like a job, a project. So I want deadlines, deliverables. I want there to be I want to approach it as if this is something I need to get done and force myself to finish it and not get scared of the big picture, because it is a huge undertaking. To think of the mod as a whole it's too much. So I need to break it down into little bits and pieces, little like milestones, and figure out, along the way how to individually add features and then start tying those features together and then start building the mod as a whole once I solve certain problems. But it gets down to like the nitty gritty, like a progress bar in the GUI. If you open a machine in the game, like Minecraft or anything like that, if you open a machine and there's a GUI, an interface, and there's like a progress bar that goes, right? That progress bar, there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes to make that progress bar work. And the same with Vintage Story. There's a ton of code that goes on behind the scenes to make that progress bar work. And so if I want to implement machines and stuff like that and have something like that, I need to figure out how to do that. I have no idea. So I have to look at examples. I have to look at how it's done, and then I have to try to make it work for my mod. And so I need to break those to-do lists down into little bits and pieces, because it's too overwhelming to think about it in terms of like the entire mod. It's too much. Way too much.
Question from a little while ago.
Okay.
Martin asked, did you ever play Subnautica?
No. Never played Subnautica. It was a factory game underwater. That's all. That's the shtick. If that's all it had, I've literally a factory game underwater. Like, okay.
Actually, it's not much of a factory game, just to kind of correct you on that.
But you have to go out and find resources. Like,
Yep.
Maybe factory game was too generic.
Crafting.
Yeah, it's a crafting game, building game, it's a survival game underwater. So all of the same problems. It's just you're underwater. Now you have oxygen to worry about. Well, if I wanted to worry about oxygen, I would basically play Space Engineers or one of those other myriad of mods or games that do the same thing. So it wasn't unique enough, and it really I've been so burned out on certain types of games that it's never appealed to me.
Yeah, and I kind of gave him a quick answer on that, but figured I'd bring it up to you. And you've got another question here.
Let me look.
I'll let you just read that one. Yeah.
Instructional. Okay, what do you big paid mod? Depends on the game and the mod requested. How there are limitations to my knowledge and skill set. Like I said, the mod for Vintage Story is going to require a ton of learning. Like, if you give me an example, you give me a real example, like a real world thing, then I can tell you what I could do, what I can't do, you know, what I would actually charge for something like that, because I have been approached by people, because, you know, like I said, one of the most popular videos on my channel is a modding video for 7 Days to Die. And so I've actually been approached by people that say, hey, I have a mod idea. I have no experience in modding, but I have an idea. And would you be willing to, like, do my idea, right? And some of them are a little crazy and way beyond the scope of a mod, like adding huge features to the game. Like, that's not a mod. But some, you know, are mods, and, you know, they're not easy to do, but knowing what I know about 7 days and modding possibilities and stuff like that, I know it would take somebody like me maybe 2 to 3 hours to do something, while somebody who's new to modding, it might take them 15 hours. So there's value in having knowledge, modding knowledge, stuff like that. And so how I started approaching these people, when they would just ask me to, like, do a mod for them, I would respond by saying, you know, I would be happy, but I would charge $30 an hour, and this is like a 3-hour project. Yeah, I would never hear from them again. So I think the number of people willing to spend money to get a mod made is a tiny fraction of people out there. Like, minuscule. My hope with the Vintage Story mod is it's a big enough mod and eventually popular enough mod that people would be willing to support me on Patreon and say, hey, here's $5 a month while you work on this mod. Because this is going to be a year-long project. It's not a simple project. It is a massive undertaking. So, you know, like everybody, I have bills to pay, and I'll be doing streams and content and recording videos wherever I can fit one with that process. So, you know, I'm going to be really trying to make things interesting, to make the content, you know, at least watchable. And, you know, a lot of it is going to be me not doing so well. A lot of it is going to be me just looking at the code going, I have no idea how to solve this. So in those instances, I would love it if somebody who has a lot of experience with XYZ chimes in and says, try this. Because the way that I learn is I learn by example. If you give me some code and you comment the code and you tell me what the code is doing every step of the way, and you say this code is doing this code is doing this, and you walk me through it. Like, if I had a block of code that had that progress bar, right? It introduced the object, and it introduced the progress, and then you had a loop that stepped through, like like it would just fill in over time, and you just commented that code. I could take that and then apply it to a myriad of other things, because now that I have that example code, I can understand it, and I can logically look at it and mold it to what I want. I can't just out of thin air come up with a solution to something. It's just like my brain just doesn't work like that. So I have to look at an example of something and then absorb sort of the essence of it and be like, all right, how did this solve this particular problem? And then once I understand it, then I can go and apply it to other situations. But and if you look, the mod itself is going to be, and it's inspired by immersive engineering, immersive petroleum. It's going to have multi-block machines. It's going to have all of that, and there's a lot of things to figure out along the way. A lot. Wiring, power, distribution, fluids, pumping, like just the sheer the GUI interfaces, the recipe sets, like power generation, power consumption, batteries, like it is a crazy amount of stuff that has to be figured out, and I have done none of that. And so every step along the way, it's going to be stuff that I have never done before, which is challenging to me immensely to figure all that stuff out. And to do it on camera, and to, you know, fumble and to make mistakes and to do all that, you know, it's, for me, that might be interesting to some people. That some people, you know, could have get a lot out of that, because I am learning at the same time. And then some people who are really good at said project or process, they could essentially be like, well, here's how you solve this, and here's a little snippet of code, and that would save me an immense amount of time. Which is why all the projects are going up on GitHub, because I'm not gonna turn down help and other people chiming in. It's gonna be a major process, though.
All right, yeah. It looks like it empties out this hopper for the uranium dioxide about when it's done crafting.
Yeah, it should. The recipes are pretty straightforward. This is 15 seconds. These are 30 seconds. So, the big question is, look at that. We have 1,000 yellow cake uranium in there. Yeah, so now you see why we wanted to build on a 40 million uranium vein. It's 100-to-1 ratio. So this thing comes up with 6,000 ore. 6,000 ore. This thing comes up, drops it into 3,000 hoppers, gets beamed over here, right? 100 at a time are being consumed by these. I don't know, what was the craft time was 0.5 seconds, right?
Yep.
On these. So God only knows if these ones on the other side are actually being used. But by the time this lift starts traveling back down within a few seconds, all of that ore is gone. So he has what? 8? Yeah, 8 yellow cake uranium crafters. And yeah, it chews through that 6,000 ore. It's 6,000 ore, that's 60 crafts, which is 0.5 seconds. That is 30 seconds. No, 60 crafts. Yeah, 30 seconds.
Yep.
So 30 seconds, that 6,000 ore is gone, and it's moved over here.
Yeah, and that the cargo lift barely has enough time to get going before it's done. It's crazy.
Yeah. So it's almost back up here. Watch how fast it comes up. It's going 30 meters per second. Watch how fast it comes up here. Whoa! Okay. Here it is. Pushing it into here. Those are empty. Those are empty. And it's done.
Man, that was like 15 seconds.
Yeah. Well, 6,000 ore. It's a lot less than that because you have 8 of these going, right? So every second, well, these are 0.5 second crafts. Every second we have each one of these doing 200. So that's 8. That's 1,600 ore per second. 1,600 ore per second is what this can process. And you could go into the files and edit the recipe for the yellow cake uranium to be 5 uranium instead of 100, right? You'd get exponentially more yellow cake out of the system, but that would mean you would need a metric ton of centrifuges. Like, you would need a lot of these. But yeah, 1,600 ore per second. So 2 would be 3,200. So that's roughly 4 seconds. A little less than 4 seconds it takes to process that 6,000 ore. Craziness. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Anyway.
Yeah, Corsair, we could, one could get a better lift or, mod in a better lift. But then our next problem would be the miner. Because I think the lift is just about keeping up with the miner, right?
I've got 2 drills down there. I've got 2 trenchers. One on each side. Even the tier 5 ores are the same. There's a trencher on each side. So you'd have to go down and look at the crates, the chests. Because the uranium trenchers aren't as fast as the tier 5s in terms of ore per haul. Ooh, frame rate. Yeah, I honestly think there's a net loss on our yellow cake.
Oh. Okay, yeah, it looks like, these are full down here, trenchers. Well, the trencher still has some room. One of them does.
Yeah, so the thing is probably pulling from just one side of that.
Yeah.
So what we could do is we could dig another hole on one of the sides of the trencher and just move the hoppers, the input hoppers on the cargo lift from sharing the middle cargo lift to the other side. So we have 2 cargo lifts now pulling from 2 different trenchers.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah,
Thing popped down here, right?
it's moving really fast. It doesn't slow down by the time it gets to the end. All right, there's 6,000 and now it's coming back. So the big question is the hoppers that it pulls from, are they refilled by the time the thing gets back down there? If that's true, then we can use another cargo lift. Yeah, see, this thing is down to 904 now. So 900. It was 1,000 when I first came over here. So
The hopper just filled up down here.
do I just have? I should have more than.
There's six 5,000 slot hoppers, but yeah, the one that
right.
wasn't full just filled.
So yeah, that means we would be able to do another cargo lift pretty easily. So I guess pick a side, and I can map up here what would be the best place to have the hopper or have the cargo lift. I can map up here to see where, because where's the center of the trencher motors?
Oh, yeah, I'm
You
gonna
have-
have to look up here.
There's two trenchers. I need to map which side of the I can't visualize which side. So it's either 22 minus 61. Oh, you came back up here?
Yeah, I was gonna do the legwork on it. I had teleported like about 20 seconds before you.
Oh. Because if it's
Okay.
if it's here, that would be a problem.
Sorry if you heard the barking, peoples. And Buggy.
No, I'm just waiting to hear.
Yeah, and just kind of verifying because this doesn't make sense. So one of the trenchers is at 22, negative 61. But that's the position of the cargo lift, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh.
22 minus 61 was one of the holes I dug.
Ah.
Okay. So I'm guessing the other cargo lift, or the other trencher, is at 30 minus 61.
Yep.
So that means, if it's that set, we could do a cargo lift. Not there. We could do a cargo lift either. Oh my. What is causing that lag?
Yeah.
Weird. It's like the frame rate just dies right, like when I'm looking down like that. The game has some pretty bad occlusion culling, so a lot of times it actually tries to render the shit that's way far away from you. So if you're looking in a direction of a lot of machines, even though you can't see them, it's still trying to draw all that stuff. Okay, so if that's the trencher, that would be the hoppers. So we could do or we could do another cargo lift. Possibly, you have to look at it down there, centered on 30 minus 57. That's one possibility.
And then 22, 61. Well, I suppose.
And if you really wanted to go crazy with it, you could do another one at 22 minus 57. Depends on what side of things are.
Yeah.
But that
it's-
would work out really, really well. We could do that.
It'd be on the teleporter side, but since you have things kind of above, I think that would work.
So 30 minus 57, 22 minus 57. Let's go down.
And from a while ago, Jay commented in regards to, I assume, basically the cost of his time. He was
Oh, let's see. I ran into the same problem with 3D printing. Oh, 3D printing, yeah. Well, yeah, they take forever to finish.
yeah.
I
Like,
mean,
even just the designing, that's
well, yeah, designing, but like, they're not. I mean, as far as I know, they're like hours and hours to finish a 3D print. Okay, 30
If you can see me, yeah, it should be
Yeah.
right here.
30. 57. Okay. And then the other one would be 22 minus 57. Because that would leave that spot and that spot for things. Now, the big problem. Let's see if anybody can guess what it is. Anybody out there? Oh, this stupid thing is still bugged down here. Okay. Anybody can guess the problem. Anybody who's played this game can guess what our problem might be. I'll give you a few minutes for that.
Good thought, but I don't think that's what he's guessing. Somebody said sand.
No, I mean that's always a problem.
Yeah.
Sand is always a problem. So yeah, that could be a problem, especially when you go below the cold caves. But no, the biggest issue with this is magma, the magma caves. So what we have to do, I blew up a pretty damn big area in the magma caves, thinking maybe we were going to need to expand upon this a little bit. So we're going to fly up here. And just about the time it gets super, super bright, yeah, you can see. Oh, let's not land in the lava. Thank you. Okay. Now, if we wanted more holes in here, we may, especially this area over here, is a little close. So, what was this? It was 57.
Yeah, negative 57 on the z-axis.
So 30 minus 57, and then 22?
Yep.
Oh, I think that would work. Look at that. We are even away from that. So there's 22 minus 57. We're going to need to take out a whole bunch of stuff there. And there is 30 minus 57. So 22 minus 57. Okay. So I just need to clear this corner. Ooh. Would you go up to the surface to the that new iron setup and see if the rack rail setup is active, if it's actually working?
Sure.
Because yeah, we're gonna need an
Thousands.
unholy amount of rack rail for this, and those things take forever to craft. So
I'll nab what's in there too, so it.
well, I'm pretty sure I
Yeah.
plopped it all back down. I just don't remember if we re-enabled it to actually craft rack rails.
Pretty sure, because I was up there for gears. I was pretty sure the chest was full. Yeah, here it is. Yep, there was 2,000 waiting for us.
All right, yeah, we definitely need those, plus, you know, a few others.
Yeah. A few people's souls.
Oh my
It's
god.
just that expensive.
All right, there's finally the top.
Ah, Jay was gonna guess the rack rails. Good thought.
I wasn't thinking rack rails when I asked the question, but that's definitely why I asked Oz to go check it out, because yeah, two more cargo lifts like this is going to be a crazy amount of rack rails.
Yeah, not a lot of people do rack rails by the thousands, I'm guessing.
Yeah, not a lot of, well, yeah, Tricky's hoppers are not as popular as I honestly. It's amazing that people's resilience to like developer based balance. I mean, DJ just sort of pulled numbers out of thin air when he made the balance for this game. So, you know, my rebalance recipes mod, I've gotten flack for that. Like, oh, you know, I have my series when I do like, here are the mods that I cover, and I just cover all the mods. You know, I've had comments like, you shouldn't be rebalancing the recipes. Recipes are fine, blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, if you have the hours and hours and hours that it would take, you know, people who suggest like, why don't you do a run on Greg mode, right? It's like all that does is make like ingots way more expensive, right? It's like 128 ore per ingot. That's all that does. All that would do to me in recording a series is make me just have the game run in the background for hours in order to generate the material to be able to, you know, record another episode. And I don't have that kind of time. I just don't have that. Okay, why did that not build? I don't know.
I mean, if it actually elongated the content you play, you know, non-repeated content, let's say, then, you know, maybe, but or if there was something more skill-based, I could see people, you know, wanting more of a challenge on something. But yeah, like you said, all it is just more resources, which is more time.
All right, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 of these hoppers away and this hopper away. I'm going to take this hopper away and this hopper away. You're going to go there. And you're going to go there. And now I've got goddamn 20,000 ore on me. Oops. Okay, well, that is going to have to go. All right, those are ready. Let's get a. See, now that somebody said sand, now I'm worried about. Now I'm goddamn worried about sand.
Put some a layer of glass or something above the Jigama thingy.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So let's do a thing there. We're gonna shrink that down. I think the distance you had was like 1,030 or something.
For the cargo lift, should be 1050.
1050, all right.
The organics was backed up again, but I resolved it. The organic not organic lenses, perfect eyes were backed up, so I just turned them into organic lenses and brought them down to the cold caves to get polished.
Ooh. polish those. It. Me? Let's do that all over again.
Yeah, we have a few comments if you catch up at some point.
Oh, I forgot to. I'm still on top chat. I need to set that.
Ah,
I need to set that to actual chat. I don't know what the difference is.
I don't know.
I mean, if you guys really want to get my attention on a question, then super chat it, because that's really hard to ignore.
Scares the heck out of them. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, I've got both excavators down here ready to rock and roll. Okay, now we need to figure out power. Well, let's do that, and then that, and then that. Alright, the dig has begun. Let's put the glass in. There we go. So basically you can do with the glass there, because the excavator won't clear the glass by default. If we do run into sand and it all falls down here, you can go up to the top and do an excavator facing down, right? Because the excavators now you can place them on walls, and place them sideways. Yeah. You can face them down, and they'll just clear the sand all the way down. If you do it from the bottom up, if you just try to take the sand out from the bottom up, you might have to reset it a few times because the sand falls, and in between, if you clear a layer and the sand falls, right, when the excavator goes up, it won't clear the fallen sand. It doesn't reset itself like that. So okay, so those are going. Those are gonna take a hot minute to finish. Okay. Let's go up and get rid of the uranium I have on me. Reasons. Yeah, I've got a ton of uranium on me. Let's go to the right area. About. There, that'll fix her up right quick. And then this is going to be a cargo lift eventually. We're going to have to tweak your matter mover setup over here a little bit, but I think it'll work out fine. Because this matter mover could transfer into this matter mover, which could transfer into this. Same with this one. This one can transfer into a chest with another matter mover transferring there. So it just shares. And then we just need a power thing coming out and over. And we, of course, are not distributing enough power, I think, into here. Because these use quite a lot of power. Even though yeah, we might not need the 4,800 a minute matter movers. What is the one just under that?
640, I think.
600 a minute.
600, okay.
But 600 a minute? That seems. Yeah,
So
these are way off. Because these multi-matterers say 4,800 a minute. They're moving 4,800 a minute. They're moving 3,000 ore in a matter of seconds. Not 4,800 a minute. If it was 4,800 a minute, they would be moving much slower. Like much slower. So I think that 4,800 a minute, I think that's just plain wrong.
Yeah, I think so too. Because yeah, once I put one down, I'm like, no way. I'm wondering if it's per tick. You know, the initial estimate he had was per tick, not per second. And there's like what, 20 ticks a second?
5.
5? Okay.
Yeah.
Not even that would explain it. So yeah, something's off. They're a lot faster than they say they are.
Oh, look at that. It's already done. All right.
Nice.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ah. I didn't fall down the hole.
Okay.
I'm gonna actually follow one down just to make sure there's no sand or anything.
Yeah. The problem with the sand too is if you're way far away from it, it doesn't actually simulate falling. So it's just a sand. It's just a royal pain in the ass. The sand in this game.
Yeah.
What was I looking for? Oh yeah. Let's go down here and there it is.
Crafting.
18.
Structure complete. Structure complete.
Okay. How are we gonna power this beast? How about yeah, see when I look over here, it's like frame rate drops to like 25, 22. When I look over here, it's like 33, 35. It's like, oh, something over here at the floor level is just like killing my frame rate. Anyway, how's the sand situation?
So far, so good. I'm at 8:30. I gonna have to turn my jetpack off, running low on power. I had to stop in the toxic caverns because the location was right where we have the toxic filters. Yeah. Okay. Do torches block the rack rails?
Yeah, you don't want torches in the thing.
Okay, I'll have to clear those out then. One of the caves that it broke into. All right, yeah, looks like we're good on sand. It looks like the other one's clear too. That one, the sand should have fallen as I was falling.
Where's the other pit? Is it over here? Yep, there it is. I went on the same hole you did. Okay, so let's go down this hole. Wow, we got exceedingly lucky.
Yeah. No magma, no sand.
Looks like we just shaved past the chromium deposit we're mining.
Oh.
How much is left in here? Should be plenty. Yeah, 8.6 million. Remember, this started at like 9 point something million, so... This is so far down here. There's the sulfur. Yeah. It's like sulfur shut down. It's not really much uses the sulfur, so...
Yeah, I think what is there, just a few crafts or something in vanilla?
Yeah, there's a couple researches that use it.
Ah, yes, research.
Yeah, not really much uses it consistently. I think it's used maybe in the cryo bombs. Silly chunk doesn't want to update. Okay. Yeah, amazingly. Amazing. All right, so let's put a... So, rack rails, I've only got 8, just shy of 900 on me.
Okay.
So, if you wanted to come down here and start filling those up, I'll go to the surface and see how many more are created.
Oh, I just grabbed from the surface. I had come up here for that specific reason. I'll bring everything down because I think we're going to be a little short.
How many do you have?
I have...
You can find them in that.
1,200.
Oh, I thought you picked up 2,000 up there.
Yep, those are down here.
What? Where are they?
Over here. on the other side of the.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. So let's just drop those in. They're up. The chest on here is. I put my 900 on this one over here. But
there it is.
they're gonna use, if it's 1,050-ish, you're gonna use 2,100 rack rails for each one of these crazy lines.
Yeah. According to this one here, the depth, the shaft depth is 1053.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
of the extra 3 up on the
Yeah.
surface.
All the other ones will be the same.
So one of these will be a little short.
Well, for now.
Yeah.
But you can work on the matter mover. So I was thinking, like, you have these chests come down to here, right? You could put a chest like in the middle here, and then another beamer to go here, and that way, and then do the same on this side, another chest and a beamer over here. That way, it doesn't matter which one's coming up. It's, you know, there's a place for them to go. All right, I'm gonna go up and get some more
Oh, I'm back.
PCBs. Yeah.
Discord dropped for about 3 seconds.
Really?
Yep.
Let's do surface. All right, now. Where's my PCBs? There we go. Okay. Of course, this is not a one-click craft, but I made it so you click craft 25, craft, and you got 27. It makes one at a time.
Crafting.
Boom. There's one.
Crafting.
There's two.
Crafting.
There's three.
Crafting.
4,
Crafting.
5.
Crafting.
6. And look at that. You've used a ton of resin. That's a good sink for resin. But 6 reactors. Glorious. We are going to be able to charge the hell out of that OET with the 6 reactors. So, let me get my bearings and figure out, not get lost in my own base. All right. I'm going to grab a bunch of storage hoppers. Let's get a hot bar where we want. Yeah, we're done with the casting stuff, so that can go away. Well, let's do here. We want reactor. We want the frisson. Yeah, you know, he was originally like one of the very first versions that he put in. It was actually Freon, right? And then somebody in chat when he was streaming, somebody's like, you better not use that. That's a copyrighted name. Because, you know, Freon, that's what they used to put in like air conditioners and stuff, right? That was the gas. So that's why it's called Freezon. Because he originally wanted it called Freon. Well, you know, I'm full of trivia. I'm full of useless information. My family knows this. People who met me in person know this.
He's full of something.
Yeah, mostly useless information. But all right, I think that's it. So we're gonna come on over here to the OET. Well, first I need to go down. Let's go down to the cold caves one more time. We are gonna charge the thing and the stuff. So we're gonna come over here, grab the fuel. We're gonna re-up the amount of freeze on that we have. How much is stored in there? Yeah, 4,800 is damn close to full. Do we have another 5,000? We don't. Should put a 5,000 slot hopper here.
Crafting. Crafting.
There. Plenty of freeze on. I don't want to run out of that stuff. All right. So reactor, freeze on, the hoppers, and then please tell me I picked up the fuel, because that would be stupid if I didn't. Nope. Oh no, I did. There it is. Primed fuel rods. Go up to surface. Da, da, da. All right. So we're going to turn on missiles again. But because I want to drain out all the missiles. All the missiles, right? We are not making new missiles. We don't have any new missiles coming in. But we have thousands of missiles in here that need to get used up. Now, we're not going to lose. We have the tier 4 laser going. But I want to use up these missiles because we literally have no other use for the missiles once we're done with the overmine. Like, it's literally, we're done with the surface at that point. There's no more attacks on the surface once you take out that 4th overmine. And I don't know, I don't think there's a way to bring them back. So it is what it is. So we are going to charge this baby with reactors. I don't know how this has power, honestly. No idea. Why does this have 260,000 power? Like, there should be no power, period, in this.
Yeah, we've lost once or twice, so.
Oh, yeah, easily. I don't know why there's actual power in this, but... What? How did I get down here? There we go. Okay. So, the way the thing ticks, right? The reactors look at every face on every side. Just like, it's just the same algorithm for like putting in, taking out of hoppers, stuff like that. So you have 1, 2, 3. 3. And of course, it's going to be the model is the lab. Anybody who's used this mod knows that. With more modern Unity games, there usually are ways of adding 3D resources to Unity, but 3D is one of those areas, like 3D modeling, texturing, it's one of those areas I have zero experience in. So the most help that I want for the Vintage Story mod will be with like 3D modeling, trying to get that stuff to look nice.
Structure complete.
All right, one of the rack rails sets is done.
Structure complete.
Sweet, now we can focus on the other one.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to share the fuel between all of these. And then each one of these is going to have its own special freeze on, right? So, Here's a little tidbit. The reactors produce 50,000 power per second. Unless they don't have any coolant. For the time they don't have coolant, they produce twice that. So 100,000 power per second. But you don't want them going without coolant forever. By default, and you can disable this in the configs, by default, they go, I believe, 60 seconds, a full minute, without coolant, they explode in a huge explosion. But for that little bit of time in between when they get fuel and when they get coolant, they double their output. I wanted to do that just because I wanted to see if people would play with like delayed delivery. But if I drop coolant on all these, right, that's 600,000 power per second going into the OET until I've put in all the coolant. So we have a small window, right? You don't want to push it too far. Trust me. The explosion would pretty much obliterate this area of the base. I mean, it would take out pretty much all of that and most of those. Like, it is a monumental explosion. So, don't go up to the second. You don't want the game to you don't want the machine to not find the coolant in time. All right, so this is orbital power, 260,000 power. I wanted it to be 0. I mean, we could break and replace this, but it's 260,000 power. It's nothing. All right, so let's put in the fuel. You get the warning, reactor overheating. So the charge rate, you can see, is approaching 600,000 power per second. But you can see the countdown, right? Countdown is basically one fuel's worth. So we're at 30 seconds. I want to then say, hey, let's calm it down. So now we're stable. We're stable. And now we are charging at 300,000 power per second, which is going to be roughly 4 minutes. So before, we were charging on all of those things, all of these turbines, of which, for some reason, we have 2 of these sets that aren't even being used. Why is that? Interesting. Interesting. But anyway, yeah, 300,000 power per second, 3 minutes, about 4 minutes. When we had all the turbines, all those sets of turbines building, it was like a 37 minute. Yeah, about 37 minute charge time. So 3 minutes, not bad. They really should not go through all of this fuel. This is way more fuel than they need, because a thing of fuel lasts 60 seconds. So if you did the math on that, 60 seconds at 50,000 power per second is 3 million? No. It's either 3 million. I think it's 3 million. So 50,000 times 60. Yeah, it's 3 million power. So each fuel rod gives you 3 million power. This is 100 million power. So 100 million divided by 3 million is basically 100 divided by 3 is about 33. So 33 fuel rods, 33 and a little extra, but it's actually a little less than that, because remember we started charging at double that. So let's call it 3 or 30 fuel rods to charge the OET, which is nothing. 30 fuel rods, nothing. We picked up over 200. Do I have lifts? No, I have not built the lifts.
Okay. Do you know how to make the ultimate upgrade modules? Do we have a setup?
We do have a setup for those.
Okay.
Right
So
by,
I'm finding this.
yeah, right next to
Those are-
the alloyed. Alloyed goes into ultimate.
Oh, okay.
So ultimate require, you look at the machine under there,
Probably the
charged lithium. Yeah, that's why I had lithium. I built lithium over here so I could feed it charged lithium coils. I never redid lithium. Spider Bro is probably like without power because oh no, they're still charged lithium.
there's
That's
some.
surprising. But yeah, the lithium is officially dead.
Okay.
There's only 174 ore in there, and it's not getting any more. So lithium is officially gone. So this whole setup can go, but I wanted to radically increase how much lithium coils that we're charging, because we only have 2 setups, and they're super slow.
Yeah.
So,
Crazy slow.
oh yeah, I need to craft one more orbital Duvalaki. Orbital okay, where's there? Orbital strike controllers, 32.
Crafting.
All right.
I don't need to worry about that message, do I? About the explodey?
You shouldn't. It's, nah, that would come up. Not sure why that came up. Yeah, they're all fine. If there's a hitch between, if there's a single tick, because the coolant lasts as long as the fuel, right? The coolant lasts 60 seconds. So if the coolant runs out, in the very next tick, it looks for a new coolant, and it only searches so many faces before it gives up for the next tick, because if it sat and looked at all the faces every tick, it would, the update rate would just be crushed. So yeah, it has to find another coolant, and if there's a tiny little hitch where it doesn't find coolant, then it would pop up the warning, and it gives you the coordinates, because you may forget where that is. But the ideal thing if you run one of these to ensure and have peace of mind, right? Have a hopper that has 100, and you put 100 fuel in a hopper, and then you just use like a huge hopper, like 200, and you put the coolant in there, right? 100 fuel, 200 coolant. For a fact that machine will never run out of coolant, because it will burn through all of the fuel and only half of the coolant that you leave it, so it'll be fine. And we're charged. Yeah, we're done charging, and it's done. Now the machines themselves are full, so I'm gonna take those. But when it fills up like that, it stops. It's zero loss. Some people disagree with that. I don't care. But yeah, it seems like an awful waste to waste the 5 million power in each one of these, but so I kind of want to make sure we are, how many freaking missiles do we have left over here? I bet you we have a lot. Yeah, we have 1,800 there. These are finally out. Yeah, 1,800 missiles is just crazy. We didn't go through.
I got the new cargoes in. This is gonna be crazy.
And then I wanted one here. Here. That's cluster missiles. You go up and in there. That'll craft more of those. I'm just trying to use up all these missiles. We have so many missiles. All right. Yeah, we didn't use very much fuel. I have 209 fuel still on me. So, and these are all shut down. I'm leaving the coolant in there just, for safety. Yeah, ideally we would have some way of pushing the power out of here. Do we want to wait for missiles to get done, or should we just blow up the hive mind now?
I think we could just blow it up. If we're really concerned about the missiles, we can just macerate them.
True. Feed them to the hive.
Yeah, that too.
Make the hive choke on them. All right. Prepare to meet your maker. Interesting. A hive sparked up right there. Oh yeah, this is gonna... Look at all the hives over here. There's 4 hives right here.
Jeez.
What the hell? Giant phallic thingies. All right, you. Goodbye. Yeah. All right, is this thing moving? No, it's not going to move for us this time. Oh well.
What's that?
The LOIC. Sometimes it just doesn't move over to the corner. Even though I initiate it, it's not moving. Yet another bug.
Yapple? Yeah, bad joke. If you can even call it that.
$35, yeah. It's saying it's 35 meters away, but it's not 35 meters away. Stupid thing. This should kill a couple hives. There's one. Two. Three. 4. That's a lot of hives.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think we need to get a conduit set up on this. The uranium lifts. The battery, the Mark IV battery is depleted.
Yeah, well, I was gonna, instead of doing that, I was gonna build a freaking reactor on the side of it.
Oh, okay.
Call it good. Really? I only have how many brains? I only have 2 brains. I know I killed more than 2. What the hell? You're not gonna give me the other brains? Yeah, there's another hive. There's another hive back here. There's 5 hives around this freaking overmind.
Jeez.
That's crazy. So much
Man, I
resin.
remember when those used to be rare.
Grab all the things. Oh. My inventory's full. Okay, wood, you can go. Q. All right, that is the end of the surface attacks. There's no more attacks. There's the last bug right there. Working its way in.
Lonely, lonely bug.
Unreal. What am I... Stupid freaking rock.
I'm gonna AFK a little bit.
So much crap in my inventory. So much. There's the Falcor. I'll let him come and pick it up because he's a good Falcor. Who's a good Falcor? All right. Good job, pal. Basically, the only thing that drops parts now are going to be slimes that just happen to die. So I like to leave a few beacons up just to make sure I don't randomly pick up bug parts on my way through the base. But let's put away the things there, put away the brains. These bug parts can all go. Boy, we did not get a whole lot of bug parts from that process, did we? We have plenty of eyes. We have plenty of recombined organic matter. Like, yeah, we do not need any more bug parts, period. We still, believe it or not, will get a few from the slime pit, because I don't think the slimes stopped spawning because we killed the overminds. I think the slimes are pretty independent of those. But anyway, yeah. So Spider Bro now is pointless. He has no purpose. No purpose at all. Let's... And the OET is also... Like, it just doesn't matter. For some reason. That's weird. All the reactors are empty, but the OET only has 97 power in it. That's weird. All right. So we want to break down all of this. All of this. You have to hold shift down when you break a multi-block structure, so makes it a little bit tough. You always want to face away from your base. When you do this, always, 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 you don't want to face any multi-block structure. Because your build gun can hit, you know, pretty far away, and yeah, you don't want to just start... Oh, see, just like that. OET is now down. Just so I don't have that on me.
Structure complete.
Build that out. There. I don't know if you need the OET built for whatever reason, but there's random things in the game that require certain buildings to be built. So let's just deal with it. 162, is that good? All right, let's go down and fuel up. Old case. Over here. All right, and like I said earlier, you want to do like one 100 hopper for fuel, and then you want to use the huge hopper for coolant, just to make sure you have enough coolant. So fuel, prime fuel, uber power, uber power, filled that up. Yeah, the reactor overheating is a misnomer. It had plenty of coolant. So you could, if you wanted to be super efficient at it, you could take the fuel, right? You'd have the fuel beaming near the coolant, and you could set up like a big Mark V battery. You could set up a bunch of Mark III batteries. You could set up an array of reactors around it, and then have it automatically distribute the fuel, and then take that as your center power distribution system and merge it in with the main line, right? So this line here we have going up to the main base, and all of the conduits balance power between the two batteries. They're two-way power. So if we have more generation down here, then it's going to push power up into the main base. Well, as you now know, we are not getting any more attacks up on the main base. So the turbines that we have up there are fine. Most of the power that we have right now, other than that exception, because these bulk lifts consume quite a lot of power when they're moving. I don't know exactly how much, but if we look at this, yeah, you can see 1,020 power per second while it's moving. It's not a small amount of power, But now that we have this, you can see it's actually using fuel at a smaller tick. It's only using enough fuel that it needs to fill its internal buffer. Right? Which is, you know, that'll be some good code to review. That'll be some good code to review when I get to the power generation system for the Vintage Story mod. Because that's, again, that takes the power per second value and divides it by the tick rate and how much delta time has passed from the previous tick. So it dynamically changes the amount of power. But yeah, look at this. We have beamers. Wow. Oh, yeah, we're definitely net positive, that's for sure. But I don't think these are fast enough. I mean, I think they are fast enough, but we are not pushing. It looks like it's doing 16 per tick. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, see, 16. So these aren't even being used. It's just passing the buck down to here, and these two are keeping up. The big thing is, are these going to be empty? See, that's empty. That's empty. That's empty. And now that's empty. Yeah. So even when these things are good to go, yeah, this one's starting to move up now. So the timing of them is kind of interesting. This one, and then a little bit later, this one. I think we definitely have net positive here, so we are good to go. Somehow, this is backing up. I don't understand why. We have exactly the right ratio here, and somehow this is backing up. I wonder if this stopped or... Huh. Rounding errors, maybe? I don't know. All right. Well, we have ourselves serious stuff here. Do I have imbued blocks? I do. Let me grab the chromed. You get more imbued. I need some chrome.
I'm back. Oh yeah, Corsair Spider Bro in the cold caves. That would be an interesting concept.
Spider Bro in the cold caves. Yeah. Somewhere DJ just shivered.
Good.
Um. All right. Yeah, these are not technically automated, but I'm assuming that we're going to need a metric crap ton of these, or the magma bore. So I'm just queuing up a bunch of these now. Molybdenum. Okay. So how many do I have? 2 point something thousand. I don't know why. Why do I have so many more chrome? I have magnetic. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's weird.
So let's go unlock the magma bore and then look at
Oof. Yellow cake caught up.
Yep.
1200.
It's
Jeez.
glorious. Glorious. Yeah, we're pulling a lot of uranium out of that vein.
Yeah.
But that's what it's for. It's like 48 million or something like that. There's plenty of ore in that thing. All right,
Yeah.
256 Hymo blocks to research the 8 lights in the dark. Hymo blocks. Chromed Hymo.
Yeah, so now we're at the point where if we wanted to up production more, we'd have to put another trencher down.
Wait. I thought I put... Oh, Jesus. No idea what that reference is, the 8 lights in the dark. That's a reference to something, but DJ's eccentric and British, and I have no idea what that reference is. If anybody out there knows, let me know, because it references something. 8 lights in the dark. Just no idea what it is. All right, so the magma bore component.
Eccentric and British? Isn't that redundant?
It is a little bit, yeah. Where is this gonna be? Mining? God forbid. Where? Yep, there it is. Okay, so you get 99 of them for every click, but it costs 99 Hymo blocks. So I was right on the Hymo blocks. So it's going to be a total of 3,267 Hymo blocks, which is a lot. It's a lot of blocks. That's a lot of Hymo blocks. So let me grab some more of the somewhere. There they are. Imbued blocks. Okay. And and I need to go down and set up the craft for the Heimel blocks, which is over here and right here. These are 1,000 slot storage hoppers. We need to switch that up. We need more. 1, 2, 3. I mean, at least 2,000 at a time. You and you and you. Add, remove, remove. So, magnetic and chromed. Go, sir. And boom, Heimel machine block. There it is. I've already set up these to start crafting some more of the base blocks. And hopefully we're keeping up with things that we need. I think we are.
All right. Yeah, it looks like there's a I don't know, 30-second, maybe more, gap from when it's done processing all the uranium to when new uranium comes up.
Oh yeah, it's. I mean, we're literally lifting 3 times the amount we were before. I mean, we have 3 lifts. This is the most I've ever moved and processed. This is the fastest I've ever processed it. We could have way more centrifuges. But as you see, somehow, for some reason, we are net gaining on our uranium dioxide. We have some stuff stored back here. I don't know how. If there's like rounding errors or rounding issues in this setup, where it's able to craft a fraction of a tick faster, that you get a buildup. There should be no buildup here, but for some reason there is. So,
You know what? I bet you it probably takes a tick between when it says, okay, I'm done, and then it passes another tick before it starts the next craft.
But in that case, it should be it should be delayed then. If it's taking an extra tick to deliver the item, then it should be delayed.
No, I mean for the craft. Not the delivery. But even then, the centrifuges should have the same issue. If it's a universal issue. So yeah, I don't know. Gremlins. It's the only logical explanation.
I mean, if this builds up a lot, we can just add another machine here.
Yeah.
And, increase the amount that we're processing. Pretty straightforward. It would actually be really easy. You would just put it right there. Put a battery on that thing, put another laser down. Bob's your uncle.
Yep.
And then the output. Ooh, the output would be tough.
That would be the rough part.
Well, we would go underneath with the input of the empty fuel rods.
Yeah.
We'd go under.
Yeah, I just didn't because there's the crystal deposit down there. Which we just built on it.
Yeah, that could be easily remedied.
Yep.
And how is our crafting? Yeah, I think our fuel rod crafter is incredibly fast. I don't even know what the craft time is in on this, but oh wow, that was 14 FPS. Jesus.
2 seconds?
Look at all the camos.
Yeah.
The camel party over here.
You know, I think this is actually the first time I've really walked through you with, or walked through the process with you of creating the, the centrifuges and the uranium processing.
Mm.
I think I was partially involved the last time we did it, but I think I was more focused on clearing out an area for something. Can't remember exactly what it was, but
Well, I mean, the last time we did this, we were in the middle of the cryo fight during this whole process too. Like, we were literally trying to fight the cryo back because it was, encroaching in on our base. This time, we don't have that problem. So, there's not a lot to distract. And
yeah. Oh, I meant to put this down. I actually built the map thing just to see if we can place it. See if it shows anything.
Structure complete.
Acted at 16 meters.
well, it looks like it does center its view off of the C5
Okay, nice.
because there's no way there's any cryo around us in that pattern. There's no way. So that red middle block must be the C5. And somehow the cryo was just beeline straight from all 8 directions. Didn't even have to detour really at all.
I can't even see anything on it,
Oh,
unfortunately.
you can't? Oh, yeah, I can see it.
I see it on the stream. Oof.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know which way is which, but again, looking at this, why are there 8 cryospawners? Why? That is a crap ton of cryo. I think that he should have ignored the corners, right? Ignored the corners and just gone for the straight direction.
Yep.
Because the overmines on the surface are on the corners. So this one down here needs to be the straight directions because it's the easiest way to fight them. This way it is a nightmare to fight those things. So, what do you think what do you think we should do to fight these? So, like, I was thinking, because they're all north. They're like 700 blocks north, the cryo spawners themselves. Finding a spot north, just before the cryo starts, and starting to set up all of the fighting stuff. Going down below, a ways, a little bit below the cryos themselves, so we can get the dazzlers and stuff and the trenchers. So we need like the trencher cutter, multiple dazzlers. Like I wanna blast it as much as possible. So we can just burrow really fast because we're going to have a near infinite amount of power. Burrow just as fast, so have a little bit of a sub base there that we can start setting up like dazzlers and the power and the lancers and the melters or whatever the hell else we need. I didn't remember. Did I unlock all that stuff? Don't even remember. Right, yeah, Lancer, Melter. You can see this damn Lancer takes the Mark II laser, because obviously the Melter needs the Mark III. The Melter is used with the Dazzler, and the Dazzler I have the one-click craft, so there's the sulfur, imbued, chromed, polished. I need to up. And you add some chrome polished lens storage. I've only got like a huge hopper. We need to put like a 2K hopper on that, just so we can start making a ton of those lenses. But then we're gonna want the tunnel bore and the square bore, the stair cut and the square cut, which should be pretty easy. I'm thinking like multiple, like before I would have like one trench with one dazzler, and it would have like this super high V going up. And I think instead of doing that, just have like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hits. That way we don't have to deal with like building a lot of trencher stuff. But the magma bore itself is going to be a nightmare to craft, or not to craft, but to build. That is going to be unbelievably large.
Thank goodness we have the Mark II excavators.
Yeah, that is a big one, because this thing is, it says it's 33 by 3 by 33. That's the structure that builds. You need to clear a huge volume above that to actually build the damn thing.
It's like 200 or 250 or something like that.
No, it's not that high,
No?
but it's... Yeah, I can't even remember how high it is. It's tall. It's really tall. Yeah, 250. I mean, that would clear it all the way to the surface. It's not that tall.
Yeah, not too.
I mean, at best, it would be a cube. What likely is it's a cube, 33 by 33 by 33. But, I think it's a little bit taller than 33. I think you have to go up like 60. And then it costs, then it's like $1 billion power to charge the thing. But you need to build it near the C5. We can't build it here at the base. We have to build it way out there. So we need to clear the cryo. Maybe, I don't know. I've never had the magma board dig through the cryo before. If it even like pays attention to it.
It probably doesn't. Just assuming, but
So yeah, we need to find where the cryo starts, because this system is now basically done. So let's go. What'll really help having this fight way far away is none of this shit will be loaded, and hopefully it improves my rendering.
yeah.
So let's go. Do we want? I think I want to go to the surface and travel. Let's go to the surface. Because the laser to there is, that comes down right there. So that laser right there comes down, over, and it basically goes that way. So I want to go to X, roughly X 700. Yeah, there's the continuation. Letting Arthur charge me up here. There's 600. $700. Okay. So I'm going to borrow some of this power. We're going to do that. That. And you. $250. All right. I don't know. I must have lost Oz. I don't know where he.
I'm still down below.
Oh, you're still in the cold caves?
Yeah. I was just gonna travel from down here, but I'm not even sure where it is.
You want Z to be 1, and you want your X to be roughly 700. That's where I'm digging. So
Okay.
somewhere in that vicinity. Because the cryos are, I mean, they're trying. The C5 is at about 1,000, so I'm pulling back because the cryos probably, you know, it kind of fills up the cold caves quite a bit. But there we go. I love my excavator. I love my excavator. It makes jobs like this so trivial.
Man, it would be difficult to play this game without it. Done it, but oof.
Yeah. Oh. I burrowed a little too far. That's okay. Okay. Hey, look at that. The cryo. How about that? I picked the perfect X value.
Nice.
So I'm thinking we want to dig down a little bit to get kind of under the crazy terrain that digs down here. Getting the stuff up above, we can have a line that's just melting that, but that stuff is good because we want that to fall down and to take out the dazzlers. But remember, this thing is, I mean, there's another one way over there and there's another one way over there. So it's not just this one that's here. There's several around here. So I'm gonna take this.
Oh, I can see your name tag now.
I don't want to go down that far, but how about we go down? What's a good Y level? 250. That's how about a few more from 250? Oh, lag spike. $255. There we go. So we need like a little bit of a beachhead here for power. If this is gonna be, we get some freaking light in here. This is just annoying. Okay. So basically, let's see, what is our line? We need to find, we have to wait for all of that stuff. When you hit K, by the way, when it's building, when it builds this mode and it allows you to see all this, it starts at the CPH. It doesn't start where you're standing. It starts at the CPH and starts adding stuff as it goes out. So if you're a long ways from the base, it takes a while. Okay, so this line is literally smack perfect right in the middle. Okay. So we are literally like this line is right where that cryo is, right in the middle. So if we did a trench down, I need to clear some of this out. Would you take a laser? There's a battery if you go straight up. There's a battery above this hole.
Okay.
Just go to the side of it and bring a laser down, a laser set down here, just for excavator power.
Sure. To the side, so off.
Just
one of the
because,
corners of the tunnel.
well,
Or
the one direction is taken up with lasers. That needs to be not broken. So you need to leave the lasers as is and just use one of the other sides of the battery.
I see. Now that I'm up here.
Okay, so if I'm going to have a tunnel, what I'm going to do is we're going to go backwards a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. That should clear that. Well, let's bring it out too. I want to dig some, but I don't want to mess. I don't know why why is there cryo out here? Why? Yay. Okay, so that should be clearing. And you can see just how full the area is. It's just crazy. But all you really need access to is the spawner itself. But if you like clearing areas and just, I don't know, doing a lot of work, you can just go crazy with cryo, and we need cryo bombs, and cryo bombs are with the bomber Falcors are at I mean, as far as the general volume, if you're looking at beelining like the direction the cryo will grow when it has a growth spurt, then you want dazzlers and lancers and melters, right? You want that in that line. Everything outside of that, all of the area that it fills in as it's kind of snaking its way, that cryo bombs, I mean, you can take care of a huge amount of area with cryo bombs. All right.
Yeah, those are your best bang for your buck.
I'm clearing a. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We're 1,000 blocks away from the base. Okay, so this can be sort of a main stopping point. Do we want... Well, once we figure out power, we are going to want to keep this connected, because if we put a teleporter down here, it won't connect unless we have a laser connection to it.
Yeah.
But we also need to protect from nasty hobbitses. No. Filthy hobbitses. Do I have... Ooh, I do. Nice. This will be Cryo Battle Arena. Sure. Sure. All right. I didn't want to clear too close to this because I want to use the bore, the tunnel bore, and all those specialized machines. So let's plop down a manufacturing plant. Craft a couple more of those so I have them on me. All right. So, mining? Yeah, there we go. So the stair cut and the bore cut. So the stair cut, or the square cut, sorry.
Crafting.
And then the stair cut, we are going to line up here. And these, the models that Innominate used for these are the BFG. So, square cut and the stair cut. So the square is on the bottom. Ugh. Really? You're gonna make noise the whole time? Yep, he is. He's gonna make noise the whole time.
Shoot.
Jesus. That's not annoying. Let's place this block and just have it make noise the whole time. Like, alright, well... whatever. Alright, I think that's... I mean, that we're good. We're tall enough. What I want to prevent is getting too tall. Because we're going to need a line of, like, lancers and melters, like, right... probably, like, right there. At least.
Yeah, just to make sure.
Yeah, you want one above, right, to melt all the stuff above, and that'll fall down into the trench, and then the Dazzler will take that out. All right, is this close to being done? And also, what I like to do is put a line on the ceiling and have lights, just so it's all lit up. You don't want them. You don't want them close to the ground because the cryo is like, it becomes extremely bright if you have lights right next to cryo. Bad, really annoying. I'm gonna put another battery here. I'm gonna put the square cut there, and we're gonna do that. Crap. Not what I wanted.
Oh, offset by 1.
I thought when I placed it that, yeah, I thought when I placed it, it was going to be, there we go. And that'll go 64 blocks. It's fine. And then we want, go above that. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then we want the stair cut top of that, I believe. And then 1, 2, 3, yep. And the stair cut, you can see the cryo will just naturally fall into the pit. Alright, let's prep an area here. So I like to take a 3x3. We're gonna put a one of these. Behind it, we are gonna do a reactor. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is this thing done yet? Nope. Well, it's going a lot further than 64. I thought it said like tunnel bore. Oh, I guess. Which one said 64 then? Whoa, 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 whoa. Tunnel bore. It's 64 blocks for the stair. Distance of 64. Yeah. For some reason, they're going further than 64 blocks. Not sure. I mean, this one's saying. Where is it? Where's the. There it is. Yeah, this one's at 200. And as you can see, we've got a bunch of cryo ready to go. So we want a where is it? There it is. Okay. It's just okay. Go back. I'm gonna guess 256 is gonna be its limit. There it is. Finished. And this one too looks like it's going 256. Maybe, I don't know.
Perhaps it was coded for 64, but then at one point, DJ had increased the bore distance of some things, like the excavator Mark One, or well, just the excavator. That one used to be really small, and it like quadrupled at one point.
Right, because my excavator was more awesome, and he was like,
Yep.
"You can't have anything more awesome than my stuff." So he was like, "We're gonna add something that's better. It's we're gonna improve my things, so your things are less awesome."
Yep.
Kind of how he thinks.
So I'm wondering if maybe when a Nominate created the bore, Nominate did that, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Nominate made these two. At the
So
sa-
maybe when he did that, he used the variable.
He did that at the same time he helped me with the code to make the excavator able to be placed on any surface. Because the code, now, when you place the excavator down, the code was to figure out the X and Y of the box and the height and, do all that, right? No idea if you place it on the wall, like, depending on which wall or ceiling that you faced, that is just overwhelming. Like, I had no idea how to translate those variables at all. And so yeah, he helped me do that. He enabled that feature. Okay, so this whoop whoop whoop, almost dead. Almost done here. Oh, 222. Almost. So let's do a craft. We can show all the people what I mean by all this stuff is loud. I'm gonna make a dazzler if I can find the damn thing. Wait, defenses?
I think the
There
very
it is.
bottom. Yeah.
Defenses. We're gonna craft the dazzler. Lancer and melter. Yeah, I don't have any blue lasers on me, so that's a thing.
I
But
think I've got some. Yeah, I've got some. Let me put them in a chest for you.
well, you can craft if you want to work on. Once this damn thing is done, it's taking its sweet, sweet time. But basically, what we're going to want to do, what I usually do, is I have the line above, right? I have the line above. And that'll be a bunch of melters. So let's just take this. And we're gonna have another. Do you have another Mark IV on you?
Mark IV battery?
Yeah.
No, I could make one quick though.
Yeah, go ahead and make one of those. Because the Dazzler turret, you want to block the directions you don't want it to fire. If it has a lot of space to the sides, if you want it to fire one direction and then it has a lot of space to the sides, it will literally, when it rotates, it'll look to the end of its distance before it turns again. And so you want to block those faces off so it doesn't try to look that direction. So once this is done, we are going to build that other battery. 55, 56. What? 57? Finished. There we go. Build that on top of the reactor. Alright. Press freeze on is in.
Structure complete.
Alright. So, now... So the Dazzler will go here. It'll have more than enough power. But you can see there's very little cryo actually in the pit for it to kill. So we want to get a line And what I usually do is I create a line of, actually, we want the super duper awesomeness. And we want a line like this, right? And then periodic batteries. Okay. On top of the batteries, you build the melters. You don't want it more than 1 block wide. Do not make it more than 1 block wide. But the issue here is going to be how do you build the next laser without being able to build anything on top? So I think what we can do is maybe customize this a little bit, change this up. And we're going to have a couple. And so this line will be solid all the way. This will just keep going. And then we're going to have a line on top with batteries with other lasers and batteries and lasers and batteries. It's just, I mean, it's absolutely arbitrary how far away these things are apart from one another, but I mean, if you want to do it super like every 8th whatever, you can do that. But I mean, there's no way you're going to power all of this. But it is a good use of the all the lenses that we accumulate.
Yeah.
Okay, so this up lens, and then we want, obviously, these to be protected. So the melt, the reason why you don't want these more than 2 or more than 1 wide is that it falls like sand, right? So it hits the surface, it'll fall off that surface if there's a ledge there to drop off. So you don't want like a surface like that, because you may get cryo that doesn't fall off. Okay, I think. Do you have any lancers? Anything built? Any melters?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. Let me make.
I don't have the imbued machine blocks.
Okay. Here, let me. I have like 8,000 on me, so you can have a few.
Nice.
Melters.
Should I take all of these, or?
Yeah, you can use all of them. I'm gonna make a bunch of melters, and we are going to figure out where in here. This one looks like a good spot for melters. So, 1 at first, or if you want more than 1, you can put more than 1. I think you can do freeze-on injection with the melters. I think. It's either the melters, the lancers, or both. Can't remember which.
I know it's at least the lancers.
Yeah, I know it's the lancers. I can't remember if it's the yeah, I can't remember if it's the thing. Okay, so power, and it's going to take a couple heartbeats for it to tell those, and then hey, look at that. We've got some melting going on. Now the range of these, I believe, is 16. That's a pretty standard range for all of DJ's stuff. We're going to need at least 1 lancer to take that block out right there, because that block is going to fall right where my dazzler is going to go.
Okay. I had a Lancer. Oop, ow.
And then you can work on the melter system for the above.
Okay.
So we can have another one of these going up here. No, wrong lens. Let's do that lens. And then we can have these below. And then lens. And that first block there, that needs to get lanced. So if you just put a lancer right in front of that
Right
thing, that'll take that out. There we go. But now you can add, batteries and things and stuff, and put melters on above that. And you can see all of the cryo that's filling up this tunnel, and now it's time for a dazzler. And just warning everybody, it's gonna be not quiet. Dazzler. 1, 2, 3. And boom. Fills up with power. And and don't, by the way, don't get hit by the beam. It's a bad day. You don't want to do that.
It is very dazzling, though.
It's very dazzling. If you're epileptic, do not watch. You can listen, don't watch. This is bad. Bad day. So the actual, there's that right there is the cryo spawner. Right? So that's the cryo spawner right there. So we're right there, but again, I don't know how far in we have to go. I don't know if the magma bore will be able to just dig through all of this. But this what we just did right here, this setup, this is fighting the cryo. This is all it is. Melters, dazzlers, lancers here and there, and then we can do the cryo bombs, get rid of all the sort of superfluous stuff on the sides. It's basically all it is. So, like I said, 8 is too many. Because once you do 1, once you do 2, it's like, okay, well, obviously there's more. It's too much after that. It's just too much.
I don't think I've ever gotten past 2.
Yeah, I can't even remember what the most I've ever done is.
I think we did all 8 of them for a stream, but that was,
There was a lot of prep in between, though.
Oh yeah.
Because it was like, yeah, now at this point, this is another one of those moments where people, it's like, do you want to watch me? Because this is, I'm not kidding when I say this is, I don't know, what would you estimate? 20 hours?
Yeah, I'd say at least 20 hours.
So it's like, imagine 4 more streams, 4 more full-length streams, like my channel full-length streams, 7-8 hours, 4 more of those of just this. yeah, I would understand if people are like, no. But as far as the next step, I am not sure. I'm not sure if the next step needs all 8 cryos gone. Because with the Adventures pack, he added yet another end, quote unquote, end game thing. Which is the railgun. Which when you wanna look at excessive like recipes and excessive resource sinks, the railgun beats everything. Because not only do you have to build it like 500 blocks long, like it's just this massive structure that you have to build on the surface, right? You have to build this massive structure. Then you have to feed it. You have to feed every segment of that thing like resources. Yeah, it's too much. Uh-oh, did Os get dazzled? Oh.
Yeah, I was standing on the pillar above and moved a little too close.
He got dazzled. As you can see, it is melting away slowly. The cryo. Now, you can put melters on the sides of these batteries, right? You can put melters on the sides because if you look, the melter is a block. So the cryo falling will hit the top of that melter. Well, like I said, you don't want blocks more than 1 wide. Well, with this stuck up like that, you can do a melter down here, right? You can do a melter down there, and that is 1 block there, and that here is 1 block that has, collapses. So you can have more than 1 melter on the side down here. So when you get it like thick into the weeds like this, you can easily add another melter on each side. Over here. There we go. The only issue is the amount of power that you're pushing. So this bottom one here that we have, we could have another laser beaming power down that bottom and then just beam it up into the battery, or double up the battery and you supplement your power going down. Yeah, there's the cryo again. There's the cryo. That's the cryo spawner. Did I? Yeah, I definitely scanned it. I ran out here right away a couple streams ago when I built the C5, and I scanned it. Yeah, look at that. Built 87,000 creep. Keeping 560 segments. Whew. That's a wow. That's a lot. All right. So what does it take? So what's cool about this setup is it's not going to grow back at us. It's only going to grow towards the CPH or the C5, I mean. So when it does start growing, we'll be right there to catch it. Oh, cold. It's cold.
So out of curiosity, do you think you'll bother with the Adventures pack thing, the railgun?
It depends. If we get to that point and it tells us will not operate without, will not operate when there are cryo spawners, then I'm going to say screw that. I'd like to actually build the thing, or at least show people the insanity of it, because it is insane what you have to do to get that thing to go. The reason it exists is Factorio, the orbital railgun. is his version of like rockets per minute. Like, how fast can you fire this railgun? Can you fire it once a minute? Can you, because it takes an enormous amount of resources and power to fire this thing. And so, how many a minute can you fire? And that's his justification for it. Yeah, look at how much builds up, because it does it in a range. So when it starts firing, it'll move out slowly. You can actually follow it. Yeah, see, you can follow it, and it starts clearing. But if it gets past an area and it starts clearing all that, and then some stuff fills in behind, it won't clear that on that shot. It'll have to fire again to clear it. All right, we're getting to the cryo spawner. And anybody who's watched any of my series knows how I cheese the destruction of the cryos. With the magma bore and stuff, like you build torches out to the cryo, because the cryo burner thing, the burner thing, it has to have line of sight, unbroken line of sight to the cryo spawner. If it breaks at any time, and if it breaks for longer than a few seconds, it actually restarts the countdown. And it's a long countdown. I mean, it's 5 or 10 minutes that thing has to just burn. And so I was really sick and tired of setting up these systems, getting to the cryo, and then having this cryo, eventually it does like a burst growth, and a whole bunch of cryo will just appear around it, and all my lasers and stuff are going. I'm literally pumping 100,000 power per second into the system, but because of how the cryo will break the line of sight, it just resets it every time. And I was like, oh man, I need to find a way. And so I built torches, which are technically blocks, but the code is like, it's interesting how they're actually handled, and I found a way to get those cryos to actually hit and not ever block the face. So yeah, it's super annoying. There's certain aspects of this part of the game that if DJ would have sat and said, okay, well, let's look at this and figure something out that's fun. There are ways that you could have done this that would be a lot more fun. But instead he opted, we're just going to make them do it a lot. We're going to make them do it 8 times. That's not fun. That's just super time consuming. I've reiterated on streams many times, challenging gameplay does not mean time consuming. Fun does not mean it takes 20 hours, right? Something that takes 20 hours can be fun, some factorial mods or, can be fun to figure out. But it's not fun to just like do something over and over and over and over and over again. And that's what this fight is. It's just the same thing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah,
All right.
I was kind of leading to it before, but if there was 4 of them, my record is beating 2 of them in a solo game. Multiplayer, that's a little different. But if the goal was much less, if it was 4, when I did those 2, it would have been, oh, okay, yeah, let's get those last 2 down. Just say I did it.
Right. I mean, it's a goal that's achievable. Yeah, it's a goal that's achievable, and especially if they're the direct coordinates, right? If they're not the corners are the worst.
Oh man!
Because there's no diagonals in this game. You can't shoot a dazzler diagonally. You can't build a trench diagonally, right? So you have to do the taxi cab geometry is what it's called when you go around squares, right? So you have to go out 256 and then over 256. It's just super annoying. And yeah, when you go out to the direction, right? Go out to the direction, you take this one out. Well, the next two are 256 either way of that. So you have to go then 256 blocks that way and 256 blocks that way, and that's two more. And then you repeat that all over again for the other side. And then you have two more on top of that. Like, it's just too many. There's just too many of them. It's stupid. All right. Now I want to get some cryo bombs up and running and cryo mine. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't think. No.
No.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Cryo bomber or bomb maker.
Cryo bomb assembler. Let's craft a couple of those. I don't know what menu those are in. Logistics, everybody.
Oh.
What? The cryo bomb assembler is in logistics. Please tell me how that has anything to do with logistics. Autocrafts cryo. No kidding. Cryo bomb assembler. Autocrafts cryo bombs. Can you tell me what ingredients that it uses, please? At least put something in the help that is helpful. It's just what. Okay. Let's go to the cold caves. Come on. Boot it up. Boot it up. Lights. Everybody. Is this updating at all with the... I mean... I can't see anything because of the glare, but... Arthur, would you please... Yeah, I don't know which side. Maybe that side? I don't know. Anyway, cryo bomb assembler, I'm assuming is going to take sulfur. Some other things like random crap. Hymo blocks are slow as hell, but at least they're being made. Let's see. It's amazing how much of this battery I'm using. Oh my god. Stupid. Let's go here. I think. Well, if I do this. I have two of these. Might as well double it up. Cryo bomb. Where is it? There it is. Oh, that was a lag spike. 500 power per second. Jesus.
Jeez.
Holy Moses. And now we need some hoppas. All right, let's first see what we need. 1 imbued machine block and 1 compressed sulfur. So, we are going to have the ability to craft a crap ton of these. So I think I'm going to use 2K hoppers. you, and you. And this poor laser. Of course. You know what? You can go away. I think we are good. Oh shit. Haha. Yellow cake backed up completely.
Oh, nice.
What was I doing? Oh yeah. These things. Oh. Oh, come on. Middle mouse click the right thing. All right. 500 power per second. For each one of these, we want imbued machine blocks. Boink and boink on the outside. And then how much sulfur do I have? I don't think I've grabbed very much, so I need to zip on down to the toxic caves. Oh no, wrong. Toxic filters. Ta-da! Toxic sulfur. Oh man, I was standing on the damn. Conduits
Is that
hurt.
the conduit?
Yeah, that was the conduit.
Ooh.
Get me an ampule. And it doesn't just use it, of course. There we go. All right. So yeah. Little hazardous, Let's go actually to the magma filters. That's where I wanted to go. Ta-da! Magma filters. 1, 2, 3. And cold caves. Right here. Okay. Sulfur. Sulfur. Alright, there it is. Sulfur and sulfur. Okay. Cryo bomb. Oh, it makes 4 at a time?
Oh, wow. Forgot about that part. But I do remember being pleasantly surprised when I found that out.
No, it doesn't make.
No? Oh.
It just crafts them really fast. It's a little more than a second to craft one. That's why. Because I had just put the ingredients in, and then I looked in the thing, and it was like... it was already done. And I was like, oh. Or it was already like... Alright, is he having problems with power?
What's that?
Because I'm using the battery share. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
I think these are... It's not good enough for power. So what we're gonna have to do... There we go. Alright, now Falcors. Bomber Falcor uses a Falcor. So that Essentially, he does that because by the time you get down here with this process, you should have cleared the surface. So you have all of those Falcors up there that are basically not doing anything right now. So we can go up and grab a bunch of those. Surface. Somewhere. Make sure I get my bearings here, because over here. So yeah, all of these Falcors. These are Spider Core. There's a Falcor. Falcor. Maybe leave one right there. Come over here. I think this back one, there's a Falcor. These are Spider Cores, though. Leave one up maybe on bomber.
Crafting.
42. Let's go down. Well, first, let's grab imbued blocks, because reasons. Down to the cold caves. Grab these. I kind of want to use medium storage with these. Since I'm only gonna put one bomber on a single hopper to prevent overkill. Oh, there's the Dazzler again. Alright, so basically what you want to do, spread these out. So let's have this. Don't need those on me anymore. Okay. So, again, this thing searches around. Boom. Just like that. So he can take out a pretty substantial amount. But if you put them all around, all four of those might have tried to kill that one spot. So, yeah, you don't want them doubling everything up. So let's put one here, bomber here, and cryo bomb.
I think the best way we found was to put those underneath the stair stepping, and like every 32 blocks or something, place one, or every 16.
Ugh. This is what I hate, when this thing is like, I'm gonna go way the hell over there and take that cryo out when there's a bunch right over here. Like,
Yeah.
there's just no rhyme or reason to the directionality of those things. Why are you looking back there? Really? You're not finding any out there? Okay. Yeah, this is how you get rid of a lot of the filled in area here, because there's just too much cryo. There's no way you would be able to dazzle or lance or however you want to get rid of it. There's just be no way. It's just spread out so far it would be impossible. But this way we're making our way towards at least the area of the C5 to see what we would have to do to get the magma bore built. And of course, to charge the magma bore, we're going to be using reactors, because, of course. How are we doing on fuel, by the way? All this time, we've used 5 fuel.
Later, Jay. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, have a good one, man. Really, you don't see a cryo in that direction? Really? I love how the thing flies in the absolute not direction that this thing is pointing. Like, this is pointing that way, and the thing flew over there. Like, what is the point of this pointing in any direction if it's not going to point in the direction that it's looking? Crazy. It's crazy.
Because logic.
Look at that. Look at how much we've cleared out of this spot. Crazy.
Yeah. Oh, it finally took it out. There was one little node of cryo right at the end of your of the bottom column. So I couldn't really expand. I could have worked my way around it, but what's the point?
Oh, this is cold. Cold.
It's all right.
What the hell? You're going way the hell over there.
Confusing.
Where the hell was that thing? What? all of this falling cryo around this cryo spawner here, this is because it's actively spawning this cryo. Right? So this is why this area is just so filled, because it's just it's constantly spawning this stuff. Which is why the Dazzler will never, ever, ever stop firing. There'll always be cryo in that tube right there. We can go down as we go towards the C5, right? We can clear the cryo from that area and it won't respawn because the cryo spawners are way back here. So the closer you get to the C5, you know, the more that removing the cryo is you know, it's going to get it out of your way. But yeah, and then every once in a while this thing will because it's sort of asleep. Each cryo spawner takes its turn for a few, I don't know, like a minute. So one will be active for a minute and then go to sleep, and then I don't know, an arbitrary amount of time later, the next one will be active for a minute and then go to sleep, and you just go around and around and around and around and around. But yeah, if it kicks on, and it forces it on when you start burning it with the magma burner thing, then it triggers immediately. But you get these growth spurts of cryo that grows, and it's then that you need a lot of melters and dazzlers and stuff. So continuing this line, what I do, because I put a battery underneath the dazzler, right, it's really easy to add a conduit under there and go down 128 blocks, put another battery, connect it with a conduit, and put a dazzler on top of it. That way you have dazzlers you have one on this side that fires down, and you have one 128 blocks down that can fire both directions, and it just, you know, allows you to set more power downwind, and then you can have these lasers with the melters. You can have power coming up out of that to supplement the melters. I was hoping these things would take out some of this cryo underneath. I mean, I tried to build the stair step up. This is why I much prefer digging down. I should have dug down further. I didn't want the cryo to be so high up off the ground, but I guess it doesn't matter. As long as your melters are doing it, it's falling down anyway. But Oz told me that he would just burrow underneath and just get all the way out here and not even bother with the fight at all, except for right where the cryo spawner was. Then you build all your stuff, and yeah, I did it
just that one time.
I did it so many different ways. There were times when I was trying before I found the way to cheese it with torches. Before I found out that was a possibility, and I hope to God it still is, there were times where I would dig a giant pit under the cryo spawner, right? I would use my excavator, and I would dig this pit all the way down. It'd be super deep, and at the bottom I would set up dazzlers, just a line of dazzlers, or the pit would go into a V, which would go down into where a dazzler was. And since it was a small box, the dazzler would fire and then reset itself over and over and over again. Because when you start burning this spawner, it generates an enormous amount of cryo, whatever this stuff is called.
Plastic.
Cryo goo, cryo jizz, whatever. I mean, it is crazy. And I would have Mark IV batteries lined with melters and lancers with power, with 100,000 power per second beaming into it, and they would just be constantly melting and lancing all of the cryo, and it's still, I mean, the amount of cryo falling into my pit, it was so much that I would have problems with the Dazzler. It would bury the Dazzler. It would absolutely bury the Dazzler. And still, even with all of that, I still could not get enough stuff to prevent the burner from resetting its timer because of line of sight. After all of that work, I still was struggling with it. I'd love to redo the code for these cryo bombers. Like, the way I would code it is, the bombs themselves have a certain radius, and since the cryo bombers can just fly through cryo and they don't even care, I would literally time it. I would literally do it so if it found a cryo, I would look at the blocks immediately surrounding it. So you find a cryo, and then there are 28 blocks around it, right? Depending on how many of those blocks were also cryo, then I would target it and launch the thing, right? So maybe you set the minimum at 25 to target a cryo bomb. That way, it wouldn't target these, with 6 cryo around. It would target like really thick deposits and actually, take stuff out.
Actually be useful?
Yeah, it would be super awesome. Because then they would only target like really thick veins, and you could, depending on how fast you do the algorithm, you could have it look at the other shell outside of that. Which I think, how many blocks is that? So the inside block is 27 because it's 3 by 3 by 3. The outside would be 5 by 5 by 5. So 5 by 5, 25 times 5 is 125. With 125 minus 27, you're looking at about 100 blocks. Right around 100 blocks. So that's a lot of things to loop through. So I would optimize it just on the coordinates, just northeast, southwest, up, down, and then have a minimum maybe of like, I don't know, 40. And as soon as the counter, as it's iterating through blocks, as soon as it hit 40, it would bomb out and be like, we're done, let's launch it. That way you avoid having to look at every single block space. But with this area done, we can put another bomber and bomber and bomber. Okay. And of course it backtracks because, yeah, it tried to take out one of the ones that was falling. Let me tell you how frustrating that is.
Oof.
Literally, it's a falling cryo over there. It's like, this one's like, ooh, I'm gonna go over there. Like, no. That's the wrong kind of cryo. And there it goes again. Like, what is it? You're just annoying me. We're gonna put you on this side. And now I need to empty my inventory because, oh, there we go. Now you're going in a different direction. That's good. But see how it bombs the surface, right? It bombs the edge of a wall. So you have a wall of cryo, it bombs this one. I want it to go in the wall. I want it to bomb way in the wall, so the radius of the bomb can just gut out a sphere. That's what I want to see. If it's gonna fly through the cryo anyway, let's make it useful. All right, so the damn crystal is in the way. The only way to get rid of that is to use my excavator, which is... This is why I like to dig this stuff out before I ever build the C5. I dig it all out. I take care of all the crystal. I want clear paths to it, regardless of how fast it takes to grow. I wanted the fight to be as easy as possible, and this, there's no prep work, there's no prepping this, there's nothing to make this fight easier on this world. And yeah, it shows. Man, this is just, look at, yeah, the amount of cryo that builds up over here in between shots. It's just constant.
Yeah, I wonder if we triggered the defense mechanism.
Huh. No. The defense mechanism would actually grow the solid stuff. This is just like the drippy stuff that falls. The solid stuff is when it starts building that, then you know it's actively trying to build. Alright, so in order to take this out, we're going to have to stop the Dazzler for a little while. But we need that melter to stop up there. Well, we don't want to extend it just yet. We want to let that cryo get dazzled out. Then we can get underneath that vein and... What? Melter? Get out of here. Okay. As soon as this thing stops, which it does when it's out of power. Yeah, it's already taken out almost 16,000 cryo. Oh, okay. Come on. Boom. Go. We have to just sort of skip along this. This. Need to get under here. Do that. And of course, damn it, I need a lancer. Do you have a lancer?
I do. I'll be back there in just a sec here. I'm making a a whatchamacallit, injector.
Oh my god. God damn it. We had a growth spurt. Of course, we had a growth spurt. Right when I shut off the Dazzler, we had a growth spurt.
Structure complete.
And just buried. It absolutely buried my damn excavator. Alright, well, this whole process, I gotta repeat, because, yeah, this whole thing built, you can see all of the stuff it just buries everything, and it rebuilt all the cryo that we had cleared out from out here. So all the melters are going to kick into gear now. And Dazzler has its work cut out for it, because that is a lot of cryo. I mean, that is a lot. So leave it to my timing. My timing, when I actually stop the thing to, take that vein of crystal out, the whole shebang is like, nope, we're just gonna fill all this back in with cryo and just screw you.
Oh, the injectors don't work with tricky hoppers.
What? Oh,
The
yeah,
Freezer
maybe.
injector.
Where are you trying that? Where's the... I don't see you.
Pretty close to your Chigma thing. Oof.
My Jigama thing, huh?
The excavator.
How are you alive over there? It's just nothing but cryo.
Oh, I'm just standing right on the thing, the storage hopper. So everything is falling down around me. Occasionally I get pushed up because one falls on me. But...
So much. It's just... Are we even making a dent? How much is this Dazzler taking out? Yeah, this is already up to 1,600. Come on.
It's just such an insane quantity that it wants to take care of over here.
Yeah, after doing this with all the series that I did, I was so tempted to have my excavator clear cryo, because it would literally take a single line of code. Like, it would not take anything at all to have it also clear this cryo out. Basically just in the block checker, right? There's a function that checks the block that it's trying to clear, and it checks it against, several other blocks. So when you are clear garbage, right? Garbage is actually a label for a lot of things in the game. Garbage blocks, right? All the rock and that kind of stuff is considered garbage. And so all it does is check, there's loops that check for all of that. Well, if I have clear ore, depending on what setting you have on the excavator, I have it checked. I could literally add a setting clear cryo, and it would just boop, it would just clear the cryo out. You have no idea how tempting it is to do that. You know, just get the two different block IDs, whatever the names of the blocks are, and just, if it's this block or that block, clear it, right? Yeah, we're not actually making a dent in this thing. Where the heck? I guess there was still, yeah, look at all the cryo above. This was clear to the ceiling.
Yeah.
This was all clear up here. On this side. Yeah, all of that was clear. Yeah, that growth spurt built, I don't know, built 20,000. It's still building, by the way. So you can see it building, creep. Yeah, it was at 89,000 when I looked at it, and now it's at 101,000. So that's like 12,000 creep in a matter of, jeez, no time. Matter of no time at all. Yeah, it even built the creep under the glass. I didn't think it would clear the glass. I didn't think it would override the glass.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it destroyed the glass in between those two battery sets.
The excavator is clear. Do you want me to set it, get it power?
Yep.
You're
Powered up.
hear the Dazzler going. We need to evacuate, just in case.
Okay. We're gonna have to set it back 2 blocks. But we've got cryo in there.
I did test, by the way, and I don't think you can inject melters with freeze on.
Really?
It seems to be Lancers only.
Lancers only. That's too bad.
Yeah.
So we are out of power. Cause yeah. There's so much cryo to take out. Yeah, look at, like, this is why I like, this is the trench is pointless if there's no actual, like, trench. Why I wanted to dig it down, but I didn't dig it down far enough, I guess.
Yeah, 250 should be plenty.
Should have picked the flatland option.
Yeah.
Literally, like, yeah. I've never actually played on flatland, but I think I've used it a few times just with testing, like, mods, like testing mod settings and stuff.
In chat, Hertz said that he usually uses Lancers for cryo.
Yeah, they consume more power. Like a lot, like when you compare a Lancer to a Melter Dazzler combo, and just how much cryo a Dazzler can take out in one shot. I mean, they're way more power efficient. But if you've got the power, you know, go for it. But yeah, we need a Lancer down. Oh, there we go.
Dazzlers do take a lot of prep work and setup and such. Hey, Death. I think.
Okay, and then we want a battery on top. There we go.
Still
Cleared
haven't
out.
heard ya talk yet, Death. Unless you're just not talking. Okay. Yeah, he's not gonna chat much.
Damn it. Damn it, I'm full again.
Well, we're doing prep work on Dazzlers. Ah, Hertz said it helps to have a nuclear reactor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just getting power. You know, we have one laser, right? That's 1600 power per second. Well, a Lancer is a lot of power. I don't know how much it is, but it's a lot. And if you have a lot of those going on the way, the power is just going to be insane power draw.
Maybe he does like conduits to transfer power down the line.
Well, I do that too. Like, I want to go 128 from that battery and set up another battery wherever that is and set up a Dazzler on that side. So we have Dazzlers now. All of the Dazzlers. Just dazzle. Dazzle. Finally making some headway. But here's the thing. By the time we get all this damn stuff melted down, right? We're just going to have another growth spurt, and it's going to reset the whole thing again.
Yeah.
Like, this process is not like, hey, you make progress, and you make progress. No, it is, you make progress, you're set back 2 steps. You make progress, you're set back 2 steps. And you just have to push and push and push and push in order to make any headway.
Wow.
Yeah, I am sorely tempted just to update my excavator and just be like, all right, it's time. Time to clear cryo with the excavator. Because, I mean, we've been at this now, I'd say about an hour. And we've gone about 50 blocks. Maybe not even that. Maybe 40 blocks. After an hour. And the C5 is another 200 blocks away. And it's nothing but cryo the whole way. And remember, we can make progress far away, but when this spawner kicks on again, it's gonna fill that lineup all over again. And the whole process, you just gotta sit and wait and wait and wait and wait for it to actually clear enough out. It's a long process. I should do an episode where I change my excavator. I should just record an episode. Be like, all right, we're gonna change the excavator up. We're gonna add cryospawn to this cryoplasm to this thing. Because screw that. Because yeah, I could set up a horizontal one, point it this way, set the radius, and just have it just burrow through, just clear it all. And just have one of those set, you know, if you have a radius of 8 or something, have one, and then have another one 17 blocks away, and have another one. And you just, all at once, you just burrow all the cryo all the way. Because this goes out, right? And then let's fly around this massive block of cryo here. So it looks like it hit a mountain. There's the other one. Told ya, there's a whole another one over here. You know, it'd be funny because I know he didn't code for this. It would be funny in this situation to have dug a trench instead of having the Dazzlers dealing with this. Dig a trench all the way down to the magma caves.
Oh, yeah.
And have the cryo fall all the way down to the magma caves, because I know for a fact he did not code it to where cryo, like magma, would void cryo, right? So you'd literally have a screenshot of the magma piled with piles on top of cryo, right? So you have the cryo piled on top of the magma, because it's not coded. It's not coded to clear that out. You'd think that the magma, you would be able to like melt the cryo and it would just void the cryo, right? But no. I don't think that's coded, because these two substances should never touch one another. And the magma itself is just, it's basically sand that's hot that has no collision. Which is why when you fall into magma, you literally just fall into it, and you don't stand on top of it. You can't build on top because it's not a solid block. Hey, look at that. We're actually like, we're back to where we were 30 minutes ago. How about that? So we got to figure out how to move on. It's dazzling. It's so dazzling. Whoa, what is that way up there?
I built a Lancer on top. Is that what you're
Ah.
talking about? Or-
Yeah. Freezon injector. That's what that is. Okay.
Ah, yep. Yeah, I wanted to vaporize everything up there.
So the Lancer is okay. That's a bad thing. The Lancer is taking out the falling melted stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm removing the Lancers once they're kind of done with their job. So yeah, I think it's time to remove this one here. Because like you said, they chew the power.
All right, we need to figure out where the next. Okay, so what I like to do. Oh no! Almost died.
Ah.
So we go out here. Very least. Oh, gotta wait for this to go. Okay. And then we want one more of these. And that will tell us how far down we want the next battery and dash. Okay. This. And up above, looking pretty good. Yeah, I hate that this isn't. Ugh, this isn't a V. Sucks, but whatever.
Yeah, if the bombers can do some work, we could build a V, but yeah.
Oh yeah, speaking of bombers, I think I'm out of cryo bombs. Yeah, out of cryo. But they should have been crafting this whole time in the gold caves. They should have several hundred. Oh!
So
Ow. Well, got no more hair on my balls, so just fried that right off. I need to come to the surface anyway to get rid of all the garbage and stuff in my inventory.
yeah,
You know, I'm making lemonade, everybody. I'm making lemonade. Let's put away those and those and those. I don't need PCBs. I can make lights out of that. Don't need those.
Crafting. Crafting.
Um. Oh man, where's the freeze-on injector?
oh yeah, that one's a pain in the butt. I think I still have it highlighted. It's exactly where you'd never expect it to be.
Hmm.
One sec here. Oh, dang it, I changed my category, so I'm not sure. I'll see if I can find it. Oh, progression. Because why not?
I mean, sure. Let's put it in there because reasons.
Crafting.
Why the hell? Why the hell is the Freejon injector costing 4 Lancers?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Crafting.
Its only use is the Lancer. So you craft a bunch of Lancers, and then you craft some injectors to use with the Lancers, and then you don't have any Lancers anymore because it costs Lancers to actually craft the damn. Oh my god. This is the stupidest thing in the world. Stupidest recipe. Stupidest recipe.
Crafting.
Oof. It's a good thing DJ didn't hear you say that. He'd be all like, challenge accepted.
Crafting.
Yeah, that's just the stupidest. Like, what are you? 4 Lancers for something that just injects Freezon. Like 4 Lancers? What possible rationale behind that recipe is there? There's no, like, what possible rationale would there be? It's crazy. That's crazy. Look at that. We got 421 prime fuel rods. Oh.
Nice.
Remember, every one of those is 3 million power. So glorious is what it is. And we are producing just vast amounts of fuel. And this thing is just going nonstop. I don't know if you saw Renegade, but we have 3, count them, 3 maxed cargo lifts going down to uranium. It's glorious how much we're doing. Now I need to go to the cryo battle arena. And I swear to God, if I die again because of drifty jetpackiness, I'm just gonna quit and just update my freaking, medium hopper, Valcor bomber, and cryo bombs. Go forth and bomb some things and stuff, please. Possibly. I mean, we're not in a hurry or anything, and God forbid you find any cryo in that direction, because, it might be hard to find, you stupid machine. It's like looking for target. Like, you really not see cryo? How do you not see cryo in that direction? I am at a loss, everybody. I don't know what is going on with those, but why do you have a Lancer?
Just trying to dig in a little further so I can put the next melter up further. It takes so long for it to iterate through all the blocks between.
Yeah.
Wasn't me yawning, it was death. Like, totally trust me.
So yeah, I think we're gonna have to. I think I'm gonna have to fire up a vintage story server. Soon, so I can refamiliarize myself with the game.
Yeah.
In order to make a really big mod for a game, it helps to actually know a thing or two about the game and the recipes and all of that, because, there's a lot to the game, and I want to be able to, value add stuff that can impact more than just the mod, right? Because I like it when a mod adds substance to the game and not just substance to the mod itself, right? To put another way, think of your average magic mod in Minecraft, like Thaumcraft, right? Some of the magic mods, and I'm sorry if this is too flashy for everybody. Some magic mods are fun and sparkly and great, but they don't add anything beyond the mod, right? You can craft things, but you only craft things for the mod itself. There's very little use outside of the mod. You know, Thaumcraft, most of Thaumcraft was crafting stuff for the mod. And very little of it was enhancing stuff for the actual game. And then other mod packs can come in and change things up a little bit. And that's where you get a lot of the value add stuff, is when other mods start using your mod. And so for my thoughts on the Vintage Story project going forward, I want to add value to more than just the mod. I want to be able to have machines that can then make things better and craft better stuff for a base, right? So a good example of that would be steel is a pain in the butt to craft in Vintage Story. You need a lot of time and a multi-block structure, and it just takes a tremendous amount of charcoal. Like it's like a 5-day, 6-day process to make steel, and then you only get 16 out of that. So you have to build this big multi-block structure, put in iron and steel, and then make a bunch of steel, and then the steel you get out, then you have to process, because it's blister steel, or it's whatever version of that is. And then you have to hone it a little bit more on an anvil. So a good example of where the mod can pick up is after you create a few batches of steel in the vanilla system, that's where I would introduce like the alloy furnace. Like the big think of immersive engineering and the alloy multi-block with the burners with the preheaters on each side. So that block, you could make steel faster using that system, and I think that would be a good value add. It would require steel to build the thing. You would have to use steel to build it, but once built, you could take coke and iron and craft the blister steel, and then on top of that, you could even do it one more. And another machine later down the line, like the arc furnace, then you could add basically coke and then iron, and you would get the actual steel out, not needing any reprocessing, any re-anviling or whatever. So that's in my view, that's what I want to try to accomplish, is to take the mod and value add more efficient ways of crafting vanilla things. And then of course there's your ubiquitous grinder and pulverizer for the grinding recipe and the pulverizing recipes, because those are built into the game. I could just pull those recipe sets and just integrate them into the mod, no problem. For like grinding props would be like the kern, and then the pulverizer props would be basically the pulverizer, the little thing that hammers up and down. That's really slow.
Okay, we gotta be getting close to the extent of that laser power transmitter. I
Oh.
assume you're using that to measure out for the next.
Yep. Ah!
Oh,
I like how it respawns me way up in the air.
yeah.
If I didn't have my jetpack on, I'd die again by hitting the ground. Alright. Another ampule. I should just keep a few of these on me now, because literally have gone this whole time and not really died at all. And now I've died like 3 times just in this stream. Inventory full. How is my damn inventory full already?
So many random items that fill it up. It's annoying.
Oh my god, you aren't kidding. Yeah, let's go drop off garbage. And go to storage here and just drop off a bunch of stuff. Like all this tin plate that I don't ever need. PTGs? Nope, don't need those. Those I don't need. Those I don't need. Those. All right. And then these research parts. I can just put in the research thing. So this is a little bit of code that I contributed to the game. So before, when you would switch the mode on the thing, because there's a mode right here. Oh, 8 lights in the dark is finished. Oh my god, will I stop drifting around, please? Jesus. Anyway, that unlocked the magma storage and cryo inferno. These 2 things here. Let's see if there's a one-click craft. No. It used to be where you would switch the mode, it would research one of these and then stop and wait for you to collect the research points until it researched the next one. And I asked DJ, hey, would it be possible for the thing just to research all of the things and accumulate the points and let us take them all in one shot? And he came back with some snarky bullshit like, I don't have time or whatever. He's like, you do it. And I was like, okay. And so I had the code. I had the code to the lab, and I just looked at the code, and it was like 2-3 lines of code. That's all he needed to do. And yeah, now it'll research the parts. Right? It'll research the part. You can see it. I don't know why it uses like exponentially more power. It's weird. So you get 5 points per one of these, and these are, you get these with the orbital drop things that are blinking really bright off in the distance in the early game. This late in the game, they don't fall very often, because it's an exponential curve on the time in between. So when you first start the game, you get several, you get one like 1 minute later, and then like 5 minutes later, and like 15 minutes, and then like an hour, and it's like this exponential curve of time in between. And now we're at a point where it's hours and hours and hours in between. We haven't had one We haven't had one fall in a long time. And yeah, that's where these come from. There is a way to get more of those using the orbital. Did I even research that? Basic rocketry. This right here unlocks the fuel compressor and high orbital debris object reclaimer. Hodor. Because guess what was playing on HBO when he made this? Yeah. So you build the fuel compressor, you build this. Fuel compressor, you take a vast amount of coal and you merge it with the fuel that you get from the refinery and you feed them into this, and that will knock down, every time that fires, it'll cause one of those things to come out of the sky. So you can just get an infinite amount of research points if you want it. That was his answer to people asking him what happens when mods add a bunch of stuff and we don't have enough research points to unlock them. Hodor was his answer. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of coal, and it's not a cheap thing to do. I've done it in past series. So if you wanna look at it, look at the whatever Encore or Toxic Factory. Look at one of those series, and you'll find it. Yeah, I am thinking I'm gonna be adding cryo. I'm gonna be adding cryo to my excavator. And what I'll do, here's what I'll do. I'll make the cryo setting only take out cryo. Not garbage, not ore, not anything. Only cryo. That way it leaves the environment untouched and just clears the cryo. And that way you can have a really big radius and it'll just burn through all the cryo. Yeah, the excavator code, I haven't looked at the excavator code. The last commit to that source was 5 years ago. 5 years it's been since I've touched that code. Which is kind of crazy. Why aren't you should be launching constantly. Look, what? How do you not see the cryo you are literally right next to? How do you not see that? Where are you going? You're gonna try to take out, oh, you stupid. How does it even see that? How does it even see that falling cryo? It literally exists in that block space for a single game tick. Like, what is going on here? These things are so useless. All right, yeah, this is the end, so let's just... Middle of the battery is in that block space. Yeah, those damn cryo bombs are focusing too much on the random falling cryo around the cryo spawner. So I want this is up to almost 16,000 again. Doesn't take long for it to actually build up. I think it goes 256 blocks, but no. Maybe 128? Yeah, I'm thinking more 128 that it actually extends out to.
I think it'll cut
Nope.
short if it runs out of power.
No, it's 150 now.
Huh.
Oh, maybe it's got to be 256. But one Dazzler has never been enough to clear to one cryo spawner. It's never been enough. 253 meters and it stopped. It must have found something to hit. Or it found a crystal vein. Oh.
Sure it was turned off.
No. Now it's turned off. Okay, so let's put a tier 5 conduit.
I just missed the walkway.
Crafting.
Structure complete.
Okay. And then we need... Did somebody have a battery they built over there already?
Nope.
And I wasn't sure if Renegade was around or not.
He's down there. I don't know if he... Go ahead and send me a message if you have built it.
Crafting.
Oh crap, there's a bunch of cryo. Where did this cryo come from? Oh. Yeah, there's a bunch of cryo here. We can't build it just yet. I have to rebuild the Dazzler. Because we're building up.
Structure complete.
God, those damn bombs. If those freaking bombers would stop focusing on the weird cryo that falls around the spawner, that would be really nice. I mean, this one at least, look at all that. I mean, it did a nice job clearing all this. Let's build one like over here. Oh, might as well use a bigger hopper just to feed it for longer. Because you really shouldn't get a lot of cryo growth on the periphery of the straight line angle to the C5. So the cryo on the C5, that straight line angle, that should be the growth vector. All the stuff on the side, I don't know why it exists, but usually it only veers to the side when you get damn it, that one way over there flew all the way over to here to drop a bomb on cryo that was literally temporary. How does it even know that cryo exists? How is it looking at that block space? Where the hell is it going? It's going down there? Okay. I have to stop thinking about it because I'm going to drive myself crazy. Oh, I feel a cat. Cat is back. Yeah. Okay. Lucy.
All right. Do you want the battery at the centered in this block?
Yeah, the block that I placed, that needs to be where the center of the battery is. But again, you have to bury the battery into the trench.
Yeah. And I think there's a crystal deposit there too. But I can take care of that.
Oh. Too much cryo. Too much cryo. Ah. Old. Purring has begun. The purring has begun.
The purring?
Burning. Yeah. So, I don't know. 'Cause some people might not like this, but every once in a while, you know, if anybody's ever owned a cat, every once in a while, when you glance at the cat just to make sure they're not up to anything, when you glance at them, they have one of their hind legs way up in the air, and they're licking down below, right? It's just funny when I glance over at her, just make sure she's not tipping something over, or breaking something, and then I see her in that position. It's funny because she looks at me and she's got this paw up in the air. I've come up with a term for that, for when a cat does that, licks like that. Catalingus. Because she just goes to town. Yeah, she just goes to town. With the fur, with the paw up in the air, and because when I remember when I saw her once, she looked at me and she had this guilty look on her face. I was like, "What are you doing, cat?" But yeah, Catalingus. All right. Oh, there's the Dazzler.
Seen it more with dogs, but it is funny how long they can do that.
Yeah. You can kind of
It's
tell it's a little bit more than just, cleanliness. It's like, I'm just going to take a break here and lick myself for a while. Like, all right, well, you do you. I don't care. I'm not going to judge. All right. Do you have a battery built? Or are you just staring
No,
at the hole, Renegade?
I died at it.
I mean, he's just standing here. I'm not sure.
He might be trying to clear out the crystal deposit.
I mean, it's gone. It's ready. It's ready for building. It's 3 deep.
Okay. Yeah, he probably just doesn't have a battery then.
Get out of there.
Just gotta find it on my bar now.
Turn off my jetpack because I know I'm just gonna float my way into there.
Yeah.
Bingo bango. All right, so the power, we can literally change this up. So this is the end point of the power here. And then I'll put another Dazzler.
Crafting.
Somewhere. There it is. And this should prevent the first Dazzler from shooting past this point.
Structure complete.
Just like that. And now we can take power from like behind here. I think I do the side. Sides.
Can we build a concrete wall behind the Dazzler so it doesn't shoot backwards? Or does that not stop it?
You can.
Oh, I suppose that's useful though.
It can be useful, especially when the cryo, when the spawner goes active, and you get another 30,000 cryo to clear out. Then you're clearing it from both sides, and that really speeds it up.
Shoot.
Oh man, floaty jetpack. Yeah.
No, actually, I'm just that stupid.
Oh. All right.
It's my nap time.
Yeah. There we go. Fresh power. Yeah, so the only thing about this, you need like a lancer here to take out the cryo that's builds up around these. Not too bad. God, am I standing on the one piece of cryo around? Good job. Come on. Why do you not have power yet?
There's cryo on the other side. Built up on top of the Dazzler.
No, that doesn't matter.
Oh, that side. I see. I thought you were talking about the middle one here.
Huh. I think I just built the... I just built it wrong. Alright, that's enough of that side there, dude. You need to... Whoa.
I don't know about you, but I'm kind of losing some steam here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna mention to everybody, with the placement of this battery, remember, this is 128 blocks from that area. The placement of that battery, we are halfway to the C5. Halfway. So this has been roughly 2 hours to get to this point. And remember, we have like infinite amount of power. Power is not our limiting factor. It's just it's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with. So yeah, I think that's gonna do the stream for today, everybody. I'm hoping that Saturday we can basically finish it out. You know, we're gonna have a lot to do. I think I'm definitely going to update my excavator. I've even forgotten how to update a mod for this game. I have no idea. I've changed my mod, my rebalance recipes mod. Like I made a change to it for the conduit. No idea how to update it on Steam. No clue. Because all of that stuff was on my other hard drive from that I changed last summer. So, like, no idea how to change it. I might even have to just plug that other hard drive in just to pull the files off so I can update it properly. Because inside there, there's like a text file that has the ID number of the Steam. I don't want to update it and then have it add, make it a different mod basically. But yeah, anyway, that's going to do it. Tomorrow there's going to be an episode come out about updating mods for Vintage Story. I hope everybody watches that and laughs at my struggles. And so that's going to do it for the stream. I thank everybody for coming by. Thanks to Oz for helping out and Renegade for a late arrival, but very much appreciated. And yeah, we will see everybody on Saturday.